I saw the
Oh,
cookie
it's
sitting
on
in
my
front of me and said, I think
I
I
can't
need
take
one
photos.
of this.
Hey, I would like to thank everybody for coming to the July 27, 2026 City of Idaho Springs work session. We'll get kicked off here at 5:30. And we got a few things on our work session, actually four. We're going to kick it off with a 2025 audit presentation. I think Dimitri's going to give that for us. And welcome.
Is there there?
Everybody has. Anybody need a copy of the audit? It should be at your
Yeah, we
seat.
I think we have, sorry, copies.
So, good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Thank you for having the team present the 2025 audit. We are obviously new auditors for the city this year. So we've conducted the audit for the fiscal year 2025. And so what I typically do for my presentations, I try to leave the numbers to the number who knows your city very, very well. Who knows, who give you the true health of the city and understands the budget and all the aspects. We are only looking at a point in time. We're looking at December 31st, 2025 financial statements. We're looking at numbers that are at that point of what happened in that year. We're not I used to be I'm a former finance director, so I always disliked when the auditor tried to explain what's really happening at the organization when you have financial professionals who know the city way more in depth and what's going on, rather than what these financial statements are showing you. So what I want to talk to you about today is kind of what our role is, what is an auditor's role, what we did, the kind of procedures we performed, very high level, avoid all the audit speak as much as possible, keep it very, very layman's terms and not put anybody to sleep. And really just go over the results of the audit and anything that, that we need to bring to your attention. So without that being said, on page 2 of your report, your book, and it's page 5 if you're looking in the PDF. We have the what we call the independent auditors report. And what that is basically this is what every auditor gets paid for. Is every auditor kind of really what it gets encompassed into this one 3-page letter of what we've done for the entire audit. That entails months and months of work to get you guys to the point where you can look at a financial statement, be able to look at the numbers, or anybody to look at the numbers and say, yes, these are materially correct numbers. You can put reliance on how they're categorized. They're put together in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles or GASB or government accounting standards for pronouncements. So on page 2, what we talk about is kind of the auditor's responsibility for audit of the financial statements. And this is where I want you to kind of understand what I want the council to really understand. What our objectives are: to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and to issue an auditor's report that includes our. Really what that means is we look for reasonable assurance and not absolute, and kind of, we're not looking at every single number in here and saying for every single penny and every single dollar, it's all tied out and all ties to some third party document. We're focusing is big picture, big numbers, large numbers. We're looking for reasonable assurance to say, it's not, meaning we're not looking at everything. If we were to look at everything, it'd take us months and years to just do one audit, because where is the beginning of the audit, where's the end of the audit? And that's why audit profession in general talks about reasonable assurance on the financial statements as a whole, and that they are free from material misstatement, which means they are free from significant errors. So when people are looking at these numbers, they can put reliance on the numbers saying, yes, this is what actually happened. Maybe there's there's some errors that we haven't found because we're looking at reasonable assurance, we're looking at material, significant errors, significant things. But overall, we can say that the numbers that you're looking at, or some the public is, or whoever is reviewing these, can put reliance on the numbers that they're reviewing. And like I said, the next sentence kind of says the reasonable assurance is a high level assurance, but is not absolute, and therefore is not a guarantee that an audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards and government audit standards will always detect a material misstatement when it exists. And so that's kind of what I was trying to describe. All auditors perform audits in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards. That's nothing new. And government auditing standards. And the reason that extra government auditing standards is in there is because the city had over $1 million in federal expenditures of federal awards in fiscal year 2025. And so because of that, that requires the city to receive it's called a single audit. It's essentially a compliance audit over federal programs. And that could be a combination of programs. It doesn't have to be one program that's over $1 million. It could be all the federal expenditures that the city has incurred in 2025 that could trigger what's called a single audit. So in 2025, the threshold moved from 24-25, the threshold moved from 750,000 to $1 million. So it actually went up, which is good and bad, right? Meaning there's less chance of a compliance audit. However, the city did incur expenditures of over $1 million, which again triggered that single audit, which the city didn't have the year before. And I believe for a couple of years, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. And so that is what government auditing standards is, at that additional layer of audit that we have to perform, a little bit more that we have to scrutinize, and even additional procedures that we have to perform as auditors as a result of those standards, in order to comply with the standards and perform the single audit. And so with that being said, the more specific procedures that we perform, we exercise professional judgment. Yes, we use all these general accepted auditing standards, and we follow the same thing that every other auditor follows, but we use our professional skepticism and judgment to determine which procedures we're going to do. We don't perform the same procedures that the previous auditor did or another auditor may perform based on their judgment. That's why each auditor can be a little bit more unique. We can determine based on what we feel is the risk to focus on certain areas and not others. And so we identify and assess risk, the risk of material misstatement of the financial statements. And that's like the second bullet point, whether due to fraud or error, and design and perform procedures responsive to those risks. Essentially what we're saying here is that we have to determine where the risks are. And as a first-year audit, we do a lot of in-depth conversations with your staff. We had several conversations with Andy and Guy and all your staff and Lorraine, and we try to understand how the processes work at the city. What are you doing for payments out? What are you doing for payroll? What are you doing for different collections of different revenues and things like that? And we determine based on what we see as internal controls or processes, how they're operating, if they are low risk or high risk, or what areas do we focus on? And that's what that really bullet point really states, is that the risk of material misstatement of where do we see their likelihood of there being an error, fraud in the city's financials. So we focus on those areas if we believe there's likelihood of those risks, and if we add procedures to those areas. We obtain an understanding of internal control relevant to the audit in order to design audit procedures that I mentioned that are appropriate in the circumstances. And so basically, again, we're looking to see, is the city operating with best practices? Do you have internal controls? Can errors be identified? Can fraud be identified if there were to happen one? Do you have enough procedures and processes in place to be able to catch those things? That's really what internal controls do. And the next bullet point is about we evaluate the appropriateness of accounting policies used. What I usually refer to that as any kind of policy that relates financially impacts the city. Vacation, sick leave, those types of things usually are most common examples. If there's any kind of a payout of vacation and sick, we want to make sure that that is calculated properly, and that the city is following its own policies. That's very important. And then we evaluate the reasonableness of significant accounting estimates. The way I describe that is not every number, and I believe Lorraine's going to go over some of the numbers. Not every number in this report is tied to a third-party document or some bank statement or something that you can pin to and say, here's that number. Some of the stuff here is an estimate. And because we're looking at a point in time, we're looking at what is the financial status of the city at December 31st, 2025. And there are some numbers in here that are considered estimates. And what we have to determine as auditors is, are they reasonable? Are they in compliance with GASB standards? And GASB provides your FPPA pension, which is for the police pension plan, is an estimate. It's kind of a dart throw, but it's following governmental accounting standards in order to determine whether that estimate is considered reasonable. And so we have to evaluate to make sure that it's in compliance with those standards and that it's being reported. And when somebody reviews the financial statements, they'll understand that these the numbers that they're looking at are considered reasonable, even though they're estimates. And lastly, we conclude whether, in our judgment, that there is anything that's preventing the city from continuing operations. Basically, we don't look at the health of the organization. What is the organization going to be like in 5 to 10 years? We're looking at the organization does the organization have enough money to keep going, to continue to operate in the near future, in the next year? And that's really what it is. And we're not really looking to see what is the health of it compared to other cities. We're looking to see can it continue to operate, period. So it's very black and white analysis. And so with that being said, on page 1, we kind of discussed what our audit opinion is. On the second paragraph, you talk about, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above are presented fairly in all material respects, which means that the financial statements this is an unmodified opinion once again, so also known as clean opinion for the city's audit. So, which is great. We believe that the financial statements presented in front of you are materially correct, and that you can put people's reliance on the numbers that are in front of them within reason. So far, any questions before I move on? Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right. So the next part I want to go over is the single audit, which is, again, that happens only if there is over $1 million in federal expenditures in 1 year in total. And so, if you look down on page 58 of your report, this please.
Thank you.
It's the schedule of findings and question costs. And so what this is kind of a summary. I mean, we have reports right above that talk about what it means to have a single audit and what are governmental auditing standards really for allowing us to do, and what are we finding on, and those kind of things. Instead of going over that, I really just want to go over and tell you that we believe the opinion on the financial statements is modified, like I mentioned. We tested the rebuilding transfer, the raise and build grant, if you're familiar with that. Mm-hmm. That was our program that we decided that we elected to test. And we have choice in how we select them based on risk. And if you look down on page 62, you will see a schedule of expenditures of federal awards. Those are the listing of the federal grants that the city has received or expended in 2025. And so we selected from one of those 2 grants to test. We felt whichever one we felt the most risk with, we went to. And we tested it. We don't have any findings related to those grants. So the compliance audit is clean, as far as we're concerned. However, we do have a finding for the city this year, and it's on page 59. And as I mentioned, the government auditing standards require us to have a little bit more scrutiny to the financial statements than we normally would be if there was no single audit. And so if we find any sort of corrections of errors that are material to the financial statements from the time we receive the trial balances, if we find a material correction, we are required to report to the city council that we found those errors, and that the reason for those errors is likelihood that something was missed or something should have been adjusted and it wasn't. So we had one adjustment that was material, it was not even close to significant. And so that's why I want you to make sure you understand that this is not a significant finding of any source. All it says is we found, a material finding, a material weakness in financial reporting because of that one error or two errors or something. But I will tell you, this is not a reflection of the city's financials. It's not a reflection of the city's the way the books are being prepared, because if there was no, they didn't have to audit in accordance with government auditing standards, we wouldn't be reporting this finding to you. It would just be an adjustment that we made and agreed with management. And so because of these additional standards, we're required to report to you that there was a material audit adjustment. And that being said, I don't know that there is really anything to be worried about. In my opinion, it's just something that we have to do and have to report to you. But in my professional opinion, I don't think you should be concerned with of being prepared for the audit. That being said, I think this is a pretty clean audit, unmodified opinion, no compliance findings of any kind. So that all set for any questions.
All right, council, questions for Dimitri? Well, sir, I thank you very, very much. I appreciate you coming all the way up here and giving this presentation in person, and all the time and effort it took to put this together. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And next up, Lorraine, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
We're going to talk about mid-year financial presentation.
First, we're going to talk a little bit more about the financial statements,
All right.
rather than just how the audit went, but the financial statements themselves. And thank you. It was nice working with me. And also thank you for the cookies with the
Yeah, great movies.
delicious. But one of the things I usually say when I give these audit presentations is that I think probably one of your very most important duties as council members is your fiduciary responsibility to safeguard the assets of the city. And so part of that is knowing the financial status in some detail and knowing what's in your annual financial report. And so I'm going to point out some things for you here to help you fulfill that fiduciary duty tonight. And then also to give you some information if you want to delve into it more. You can and ask any questions now or later, or feel like you understand what's been presented here and feel satisfied with it. So I'm going to start with the management's discussion and analysis, which begins right after the auditor's letter. It's small Roman numeral 1 for the page number, right after page 3 in the other page numbering system. And this is a required part of your annual report that shows what these numbers mean. There's not just lists of numbers, etc. And it gives you the financial highlights at the beginning, which can be really useful if somebody asks you, say, I saw you had this on the agenda. What is the financial position of the city? How did it do? You've got some bullet points there that you can rattle off or refer to, or look back on if you need to when you're in a meeting, applying for a grant or working with a state agency, to say these are some really significant things that we have going here, in Idaho Springs. And so at December 31st, the city's net position was 56.7 million. The net position increased during 2025 by 8.4%, by 4.3 million. And the net position of the governmental activities, and I'll talk about what that means in a second, decreased by 777,000, but that was just 2.3% of where it was before. And primarily that had to do with depreciation of capital assets. And the depreciation of those assets is one of the estimates that Dimitri referred to when he said there's estimates in here, because no one did an exact estimate of the value of every capital asset you have. They're done on a straight line depreciation and just kind of an estimated useful life and things of that nature. And no one did a praise list, the word I was looking for. The net position of the city's business type activities increased by 5.1 million, almost 27.3% in 2025. And that was primarily due to the sales taxes in the water and wastewater funds. Also, your federal and state capital grants and operating income in both in the water fund and the parking. And the city's governmental funds reported combined ending fund balances of 1.6 million. Now, this was a decrease from the past, primarily due to spending on a lot of capital projects during the year. So those are your highlights. The next section talks about how to use this and what these government-wide financial activities are versus fund. Every month when I send you the financial statements, those are fund financial statements, general fund, and the sales tax improvement fund, et cetera, fund by fund. There's government-wide financial statements that are required now and they're in these annual reports because people ask, well, what's the one bottom line for the whole city? And it's really not still a real good answer because you don't operate like most businesses where you are selling widgets and you have a bottom line or providing services with the bottom line. Some of your operations are that way, like the water and wastewater utilities, but other ones like your general fund, patrolling the streets, patching them, et cetera, is not something that you're selling and getting cash for and seeing if you're making enough money or profit on it. You're not trying to make a profit, you're just trying to perform the governmental duties that you have. So that's why there's two different ways of looking at your operations. And for the general operations, like general fund and the police and the street there, et cetera, you are looking at the flow of financial resources. How much money do you have? Is there enough money coming in from all your revenue sources to pay for doing these required services every year? Your building inspections, your police patrol, et cetera. Whereas the other funds, the utilities, the parking, water, and the wastewater, are looking at a bottom line. They're being run like a business, and they're trying to see if they have enough profit and net income and retained earnings to continue on into the foreseeable future and replace their plant and equipment. So they really measure the capital assets, the plants, the pipes in the ground, et cetera. And they view those as part of the value of their operations. Whereas in the general governmental type activities, you're not assessing your success here by what the value of this building is, or what the value of your streets or curbs and gutters are, et cetera, even though those are technically capital assets. So generally, those aren't included in the fund financial statements that we go over and have in your packet every month. But in this annual report, it's required to be shown in this front section, which is called entity-wide, where everything's looked at with the capital assets included, as opposed to usually when it's not the governmental. You have a bunch of governmental funds, and you've got 3 proprietary funds, or business type funds, and we'll look at those on the next pages. So in small little number 3, it's called the City of Idaho Springs Condensed Net Position. And this is your bottom line for all operations according to that question, what's your bottom line including capital assets? Your net position is what the city has amassed over its entirety of its existence. From the day you became a city until now, you've amassed these bottom lines. So for governmental activities, you've amassed 32.6 million in net position. For the business type, water, sewer, parking, 24 million. And so there is a bottom line in the total columns of the 56.7 million. And that's what it was that first highlight of what your net position is, 0.7 million on one there. You see down at the bottom where it says net position governmental activities, you have a lot of capital assets that are part of your bottom line. 30 million, 0.8. So these buildings and streets and other structures, parks, parkland, etc., do have a significant value. And you've got unrestricted monies that can, of a small amount that can still be spent. A lot of your restricted balances are because they come from tax sources that have to be used on certain things. So the 1% sales tax can only be used for capital improvements. 1% street tax can only be used for streets and the underlying utilities. Those are restricted in their, not, they can't be used for any use. The business type activities have 22.9 million in capital assets, bottom of that third column, and some restricted for debt service and obligations that has to be set aside, but about 500,000 in unrestricted, for a total net position of 24 million. You can't spend those capital assets unless you decide to really change the nature of your operations and not have those capital assets in the business activity being used for what they're there for anymore, or to the point where it's harder. You can spend some of your governmental capital assets more easily. You could sell a building or a piece of land, but generally you don't operate by selling off your capital. So over on the next page is the condensed changes in net position, whereas the first page there I just went over was what you've amassed over all time. Page 4 is just what happened during the 2 years shown, 2025 to 24. So what's changed in those years to bring us to the totals on the page before? And during 25, if you look at the governmental activities, you see the top section says program revenues. These are monies that you get specifically for your various operations and capital purchase purposes that stem directly to the action. So charges for services, you do have some fees and some development fees and some fines and things of that nature that are a charge for an actual event. You have some operating grants and contributions, and you have a lot here that have helped with some of the capital and operating costs. And then down below, though, where it says general revenues, right below that, that's where the big dollar values are, the 4 million in use tax, sales and use tax, and 216,000 in property taxes. So you see there's 7 million in total revenues in those governmental activities. The vast majority are from taxes, and that's common. That's normal for city governments, for the governmental activities. The next two columns where it says business type activities, it's the opposite. It's normal to have your charges for services, your utility bills, and your grants for specific projects be the bulk of your money sources. And then down below, you have general revenues. What's uncommon is having sales and use taxes in your general revenues. Most places save those for the governmental activities and have the user fees and grants pay for the operations of the utilities. Your bottom lines there are the same. It shows down the third line from the bottom that increase or decrease in net position over the year. You see in the governmental one, that's where that minus 777,000 is. And a lot of that is in public safety and public works when you had big capital projects going on. And then down in the business type activities, you see an increase as we've gotten these big capital grants and come in, but it doesn't show the spending. We'll move to the next page, which just shows this in a chart form. So when you look at the revenue by source for the governmental activities, when you read this pie chart like a clock and start at noon, that blue section that says 8.8 is the first item on the legend to the right, charges for services, then moving clockwise, operating grants and contributions at 8%, etc. And you see that the big sections are from the grants, 17%, which is pretty good, pretty high. But largely the blue section is your sales and use taxes and other taxes in orange. And that's what you would expect to see, if not even more, from taxation. Your expenses down below compared to those values, you see the expenses far outweigh the program revenues for general government, for public safety, for public works, for parks and I'm sorry, for the interest on the long-term debt. In your parks and recreation, you do have program revenues that pay for some of those expenses, many of those expenses. The next page, the pie chart shows those revenues for the business type activities, water, sewer, parking. And charges for services is usually about 75% in most of the audit presentations I give. But you had substantial capital grants and contributions during the year. It helps with that, some of your activity there that change those percentages. Here you see on the bottom part that the water revenues are paying for the water expenses. But wastewater revenues are a little under the expenses. And parking is paying for its expenses. This is the kind of thing to keep in mind when you start looking at your budget for next year. You want to look at all your revenues, all your charges for services. Are they what they should be compared to what you're spending on those projects, on those purposes? And they aren't in lockstep. Maybe water doesn't need to be raised as much as wastewater does. So just keep that in mind when looking forward to the 2027 budget process. Check all these and make sure there's a nexus between what the costs are and where those revenues are coming from that are associated. I'll skip through the next part because it gets into the fund by fund basis, but it's valuable and good reading if you're interested in this. But the city's funds start with the general fund, and it's very close to what we saw for the general funds because it's a big part of it. But it shows that 65% of its resources come from taxes and shared taxes, intergovernmental revenues from other agencies like the state, like Bernie. And it shows where your expenditures are. I think you're pretty familiar with that. And then on page 8, it shows each of your other major funds and where they ended up for the year. There's some information here about your capital assets. And again, they're shown by governmental activities and business type activities. So these governmental activity ones aren't usually in your fund statements, but they are on this entity-wide statements. And then the business type activities are handled similarly over time. If we go over to the next section, I'm going to leave the MD&A there, or we just move on to the financial statements themselves and point out a few things. Page 4 is the same thing we just went over in the condensed version, which is what you've amassed over all the time.
I'm sorry, Lorraine, what page you on?
Page 4.
Oh, 4, okay.
That's the statement of net position that I went over, the condensed version in the management's discussion and analysis. And then page 5 is what happened during 2025 changes. And this is the non-condensed form. So what we just talked about is a little easier to understand than these non-condensed forms. But where we really get into what's familiar is on page 6. And this is fund by fund, the balance sheets and the income statements for each fund that you get in your board packet, council packets every month. It shows the balance, where you are with your cash and ending fund balances here. And again, here we're not including any capital at all. Look at the assets on page 6. There's nothing that says long-term assets capital. This is just money in, money out, so financial resources. And that's what you're tracking in your governmental funds. So page 8 is, page 9 is the revenues and expenditures. And it's most familiar because of your budgeting in comparison to the budgets. So general fund shows all the categories, the taxes, the current expenditures, which departments are spending them, and what happened during the year. And you see that the revenues, 3.7 million, or less than the expenditures of 4.8. So you've reduced your fund balance to $266,806. So we've talked in the past about where your fund balance should be for general fund. And generally, we've said you want to have a fund balance that's healthy enough to keep the city going. You simply have this is your revenue streams. Part of this is been here, it's 3-year capital, but also for the general operations and pull down that fund balance because your revenues aren't keeping up with your expenses. So when you look at your 2027 budget, again, be sure to look at all your revenues, see whether you need to increase any of your rates, fees, and charges to be up to date with what your expenditures costs are. You're going to be looking at each department's budget and whether you should keep them at certain levels. You can't have another year that brings down $1 million because you have 266 to start with. You want to have that be high enough so that you can replace or operate if you lose all your revenues with a horrible event, flood or fire, and you don't have FEMA monies or something like that happening soon enough to pay for things. You want to have your own reserves for that. So the general fund does have a good fund balance. Sales tax improvement fund does not. They had 4.9, almost $5 million in capital projects during the year. Some of those were added during the year. The most noteworthy is the police building. But they initially didn't budget to have a loss there, but with that change in your budget to add a lot of cost to the police facility, it did bring this down. Now, this sales tax improvement fund isn't like the general fund. General fund has all those operations for general government, the police and public works, et cetera, that have to be done every year. Sales tax improvement fund is for capital projects. You can pick and choose if you're going to do a capital project one year or not. You build this up with the revenues and then you intend to pull it down by using it. This got pulled down faster than probably you expected, but it will be built back up and probably by the end of this year will be recovered, we hope, with the new sales taxes, et cetera, coming in and the slowing down of expenditures on capital projects. The street sales tax fund is the same way. You build it up with the street sales tax, and then when you have the money, you can use it for capital projects. You're using it now to pay for the debt service on bonds that were issued back in 2018 for street projects. And so that's what the biggest expenses are at the moment. And therefore the fund balance was in a building up year in 2025. Then it went from 1.2 billion to 1.4 million. You've got on the next page a bunch of non-major funds that are required to be in a separate section in the back of the book. And these are shown on pages 45 and 46. And this is the ramp fund and the conservation trust fund where they don't have so much activity or assets or liabilities to be considered major. And neither one of those funds, you had noteworthy changes during the year. Moving on to page 12. And by the way, if any of you are particularly interested in these accounting issues, page 11 shows how there's different numbers here in the fund accounting than there were in the MD&A that we first talked about, the entity-wide statements that increase the capital and the long-term transactions in the bottom line. But page 12 is the current transactions. Page 12 is the statement of net position for the proprietary funds. And you see here, they have these bottom lines that we looked at in total in the front section when we said 24 million for business type activities, but it shows fund by fund what they have. Water, 11 million, wastewater, 9, Article 2. But the unrestricted part for water and wastewater are negative because a lot of the cash that you have in there is restricted for future purposes like debt service or debt service coverage obligations. And most of your net position, you look at the bottom section here of page 12, is in capital assets, which again, you're not going to be spending. So that's something to keep your eye on, is the rates for those funds and then keeping them up to date so that you have enough money to replace those capital assets and to fund your operations as you go. Page 13 shows the 1 year changes in what happened in the proprietary business. The business type funds and the utility, if you look at the operating revenues for water, for instance, 1.5. Operating expenses were 1.2, so you had about a third of the way down, net operating income or loss. Water had 307,000 income, but wastewater had a net operating loss. Now, part of that was due to the depreciation of the assets. It's not really cash out the door, it's just an estimate of how much the useful lives of the assets diminished during the year. But still, you want to have operating revenues for any type of business to be more than your operating expenses. So those rates need to be taken into account. You also have non-operating revenues that are coming in and subsidizing these funds with sales taxes. And as you may recall from previous talks I've given, those keep these funds from being considered as enterprise funds for Tabor purposes, which means you have to have an election for these funds to borrow money. But generally, enterprise funds don't, and they can issue bonds or get a loan from Colorado Water and Power based on their own needs. But because you subsidize these funds with sales taxes, they lose their Tabor enterprise status and are subject to votes in order to get loans. So one of the things that the management team and I have talked about is looking at the use of your sales taxes and where they're going to kind of redistribute that perhaps so that you restore the enterprise status of the water and wastewater funds. If those sales taxes weren't there, you would need to have more revenues from utilities or contributions from the developers, which is generally the way those types of funds are operated. Parking fund is doing very well. It had a net operating income of 481,000, and it's building up a net position of almost 3 million now, which at some point will be drawn down for parking capital type of projects. Moving on, I'm going to skip over to the notes on the financial statements and just breeze through these so you know what's in here. But it's required to disclose all kinds of information about the various terms and estimates and the actuals that are in this budget. And so if you ever have some questions about how these reports are organized, what the reporting entity is, like someone might say, is the housing authority part of the city? No, our reporting entity is just city. If there were another entity like that was quasi-related, this component unit, it would be listed here, and you have no component units. Describes each fund and their purpose on page 18. Page 19 starts talking about the various terms that are on some of the pages, like lease receivable. If you're like, what is that? You can look at it here and it'll explain it to you. Compensated absences, what are those? And estimates of what your liability is if people were to leave employment and have to have big payouts of if any cumulative leave. Page 21 shows the property tax schedule. If anyone ever asks you that, how are these levied? What's the timing, etc. When do we pay? What year is it for? Page 22 shows what you're allowed to invest in, and that is governed by state statutes. And so there's a list there of what you can invest in. People say, oh, why don't you invest in this stock or that? You can say, we're city, we have requirements, here they are. Page 23 talks a bit more about that. Page 5, I'm sorry, note 5 on page 24 gives you the capital assets and what they're worth, all the estimates that we have here. And these are the big numbers of estimation. That's page 24 on the left is for the governmental activities. And on the right, on page 25 is the business type activities. So you can see you've got land, water rights, construction in progress, buildings and improvements, equipment, various lease assets that you have the right to use. And it shows what their, the top section shows what they were purchased for, the value at the day you got the asset. And then minus in the third paragraph, so to speak, the third section of these tables is the accumulated depreciation, how it changed each year. And based on the useful lives of the assets, which has it for both of those types of activities. Page 26 talks about leases receivable and some of the areas that you're leasing for towers. There's information on page 27 about any long-term debt you have. And you do have those sales tax revenue bonds from 2018. And it shows you still owe $8.2 million on them. And a bond premium of $478 grand. And it shows you that for every type of debt that you have, it shows you information about when it was issued, what it was issued for, what the interest rate was on it, and what the debt service payments to maturity are. So it's all lined up for you on these next several pages. Page 31 talks about the employee retirement plans. And Dimitri also mentioned the estimates you have, the FPPA, the Fire and Police Pension Association plan. It's a statewide plan. You're one of many members, and it's required to be disclosed here in this long, lengthy note 8. What risk or value you have in that plan. And that is has certain numbers in it that are carried over to the financial statements for the entity-wide statements. It's called deferred inflows, deferred outflows, and net pension liability or asset if there is one. There isn't right now, you're in the clear. Page 9 shows your other benefits and commitments and things that pertain to a reader of these financial statements assessing what might happen in the future and whether this 12/31 snapshot is reliable. There was something that happened later in January or even in May or any time between the end of the year and now. If they're dated, it would be disclosed there of a significant future event that would change the way a reader should look at the way things are. We've reached the back of the book, which is budget to actual comparisons. And if there's one of these for each of the funds, there's more information about the pension, from the pension to actual reports up here, or police pension. And then there's the combining section I referred to earlier for this two funds now from the Conservation Trust. And after that come more of these budget to actual comparisons, which you're mostly used to seeing. At the end of the book, the last three, pages 50, 51, and 52, show the budgetary basis for the water and wastewater and parking fund on the budgetary basis, which is this, more like that flow of financial resources that we use all the time for the other funds. To say, hey, you have to appropriate a budget for it. Did you exceed your appropriation? And here you do have to show whether you spent money on capital or things that aren't shown on the face of the financial statements because they're viewed as just assets that are capital instead of assets that are. So that's useful for budget compliance purposes. And then after that is the single audit that Dimitri covered with you. There's an action plan on page 61. It refers to that issue that he had to disclose to them. And it explains that the grant that was actually given to the city. And then the state realized they had made a mistake and had to get it back. And that's what caused this finding in there that had happened right around about a time we didn't realize that it happened before we sent financial records to the auditor. So we comply with that. And the last page is a required report regarding highway financing that the state developed for the bids. It's a certain report that goes in every audit. No different from what's in the audit as far as amounts. That's your walk down financial and the fiduciary responsibility lane. I hope that you feel comfortable asking any questions that you might have tonight or later. Hope you feel like you've been fully, like apprised of where you are with these different funds. And if that satisfies you, you can set these to rest. But if you really want to dig into anything now or later and pursue some of the information that's in here, feel free and contact me if you'd like to about any questions.
Hey, Lorraine, you update us regularly and we appreciate it. It is a wealth of information. There are certainly a few things that are in this audit that you have pointed out that sometimes we don't normally talk about.
Right.
So anyways, can't thank you enough. I'm gonna ask council if they have any questions for Lorraine. All right, well, thank you very much. I appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Lorraine. You're welcome. Thank you for your attention. I know it's a lot.
All right, I guess third item on our work agenda will be 2027 budget schedule. Andy?
Right. I mean, we also had on here this, that was 25, we're in 25. You have the usual financial statements in your packet for June,
Yes.
and they are highlighted as they normally are to show you the main revenues to take a look at and see if they're on track. They give the fund balances are highlighted to show you where you are 6 months later than what we just saw. And so we can look through those now if you'd like to, because the last real definite numbers that are going to be in your budget forecasting is what we just looked at from the audit. That was actual in the books, what happened in 25. You take those fund balances and go, okay, well, where do we think we'll end up at the end of 26? Well, when this budget's developed for 27, 26 won't be over yet. So we will still not exactly know where 26 is going to end up, but we need to make useful estimates. So we will look at these financial statements as 6 months through the year and see how it's trending so far. Pull those up. And Dylan, if you can bring these up as well and scroll them, or if we need to change. Share my screen, I'm sorry. If you can drive, Dylan, that's a little easier for me. Page 1 of those financial statements, and you have them in your packets or in your
They're in the regular meeting packet.
regular meeting packet.
You just go forward in your packet, you'll see them, let's see.
Under June
Right
financial
before the
statements.
resolutions, in your regular packet. What's the page number?
Yeah, it's 21 in our packet.
21 in the. You want to find this?
So we're on page 1, and this is your combined cash statement. And as you know, you're having some cash flow issues because of the lot of capital projects you're doing, the grants that are helping to reimburse, and the delays in between that, and the reduced revenues and fund balances that you had from 25. So you have an issue where you don't have the types of cash balances that you are accustomed to having. And staff is keeping their eye on that and being careful about when they send out their bills and payments. Page 2 shows the general fund, and the cash here is that from that first line of the page before, and the ending balance down here. The fund balance that's shown here is the ending fund balance from the year before. So that's the $266,000 figure that we just saw. And so you've got ending fund balances of the previous year to start 26. You've got revenues below, above expenditures right now. So you've got a negative fund equity at the end of June. We expect that sales taxes, which come in heavily during the summer, will help to bring that up during the year and by the end of the year, according to guidance forecasts. Page 3 shows all of your general fund revenues. And the highlighted ones are your top 10 revenue sources by budget. So the budget column is the second from the right. The percentage column on the right shows what you've received so far this year. And you can look at things like property tax. You received 178,000. At the same time last year, you received 147. Year before that at 178. So you're kind of on track for that. And just look at the total amounts or the percentages for each of these revenues. And you'll see that sales taxes is at 35%, but it's pretty similar to what you usually get in the last 2 years for sales taxes through June. So those are something you want to look through and think about as you prepare for the budget. And the revenue for the general fund is at 40% on page 4. Total fund revenue is at 40% of what you've budgeted. And the year is 60% elapsed. So you tend to get more in the summer months, July, August, September, than you get January through June. But you and the staff will be keeping an eye on those revenues as they continue to come in. But then the next section is all of your various departments and where they are. And I recommend looking at the percentage of where they are in spending at the bottom of each department. So it's total streets or total administration, and see if they're roughly around what 50% of the year would be expected to show. Some of them are under, but it has to do with big payouts that may come in chunks later in the year. When you get to page 12, you see the total fund expenditures for the year so far are 53% of what's budgeted. And the bottom line is not highlighted is your net revenue over expenditures. So in the budget column, you can see that you actually budgeted to draw the fund balance down again in 2026 by 135,794. That's second from the right bottom line amount. So far for the year, you've drawn it down much more than that. So that's what the staff is keeping an eye on, and that's one of the things that's creating the cash issue. I'm going to skip the trust fund. So nothing's happening there. And the other funds are in better shape. Ramp fund started the year with 699,000 fund balance and has added a little bit to that on page 15. It has some interest earnings, but this will gradually be drawn down to zero. It's the money that was given to the city and is part of taking over the maintenance of Colorado Boulevard, and it will ultimately be drawn down. The improvement fund is having the issues with the cash. Page 18, it's in a negative cash position, again, due to all these capital projects and revenues. Page 19 shows those revenues. Sales taxes are expected to be 1.2. Through June, you've gotten about 35% of those. And that's not half, but each year you're getting about 400-some thousand this time. So you're similar to what you've gotten in the past years. Page 20 shows your expenditures, and you do have a number of expenditures. Most of your budget has already been spent there. 102% of what was budgeted has been spent. And you've got an estimate of what was going to happen this year in the budget was to draw down this fund by 201,000. Right now, it's drawn down by $1.8 million. Some of that is because you don't have revenues get for some of the grants, but other parts have, it was some initially unplanned spending. Conservation Trust Fund is one of those non-major funds. It's going along fine. Just a few lottery funds come in there. The Street Sales Tax Fund on page 24. It's in pretty good shape. It's got cash. It's got fund balance of $1.4 million, total equity of $1.6 million because you've added to the beginning fund balance this year with sales tax revenue. And it's again 35% of what's budgeted for the year so far. So you're in good shape on that fund. Water fund, page 27, negative cash. But you have got some positive revenue over expenditures so far this year to help with that. And that was a fund that had operating income last year. You want to keep it that way. When you go to page 30, you start seeing the expenditures there. And you have your charges for services that are offset. One of the things I know you're looking at for next year is to change your billing habits so that you're billing more quickly after the meters are read and billing monthly, as most places do, to help with the cash flows on these utilities. Highly recommended. Page 31 shows the bottom line for the water fund so far through June. You had expenditures of 4.8. You had added some revenues over expenditures, but you had initially budgeted to draw this fund down by $1.4 million, but that's not going to happen because you're putting one of your major capital projects, a water line on Highway 103 on hold. Wastewater, again, starting in negative cash. So again, I can't iterate enough how important it is to watch those water and wastewater rates and make sure that you have positive cash flow in these operations. They're vital for the city's operation, for people's lives. And so the revenue has to match what the expenses are or exceed. You want to have some profit actually so that you have enough for future major maintenance and repairs and replacements.
I think it's a covenant, right? One of the bond documents that there has to be a maintenance of revenues have to match expenditures with the rates. So if there's at any point that the city can't make debt service payments, that there could be non-compliance with the debt. So that's important as well, in addition. I think.
Correct, thank you. Moving to page 36 is the ending fund balance for the wastewater fund. And again, this one you had not budgeted to draw down, and you haven't drawn it down yet this year. So hopefully you'll be able to regain some ground there. Parking, you've spent more than you brought in so far this year, but you are in a good 2.5 equity so far for the year, drawn down from the 2.9 you started the year with, because you've still have good parking revenues coming in, but you've started to have some expenses that are for the capital expenses. And then you've also got some debt service expenses for some of the properties that you purchased to provide more parking. But looking at the design and engineering costs on page 39 of the $500,000 so far this year, budgeted for 1.7. And so you will be having some more, this fund that's been building up, drawn down as you proceed with your parking plans and transportation there. That's all I have to say about the mid-year report. I know it's not as happy as some of them have been, but I think it's timely for you to really take to heart the importance of tying your revenues to your activities and making sure that it's efficient for each year and for building a cushion here.
All right, thanks. Any questions for Lorraine? All right, well, again, thank you very much. Sure appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you all for your attention.
All right, Andy, next up with the budget schedule.
Yes, believe it or not, it is that time of year when we start thinking about preparing the 2027 budget. The spreadsheets go out to the department heads in a couple of weeks to prepare their budgets for 27, budget request for 2027. Then we meet with the mayor and I meet with department heads about their budget requests, review those, and then start putting together the proposed budget for council. There will be an opportunity in September for council to hear from each department. It's always been our practice for each department head to be able to have FaceTime with council to talk about how the year has gone, what their priorities are, what their needs are going forward. And then once we have those that work session with the departments, then we work on putting together the proposed budget. That's due to council mid-October. The thought would be, as in the past, to get the proposed budget to council by October 15th. And then we'll have a work session after that, maybe more than one, to talk about the proposed budget, make any final adjustments. We'll have some more up-to-date numbers at that time. And then we adopt the budget, council adopts the budget, and they'll levy at the first meeting in December. So that's the overall picture. We have a schedule here. This is subject to change. Might have some changes to some of these dates, but this is pretty similar to what you saw last year, and it just gives you an idea of some of the dates that we'll be likely talking about the budget. It is possible we might decide to have a special budget meeting, not on a regular meeting night, to give us a little more time. We typically only have about an hour and a half. We start at 5:30 until a regular meeting. So one thing that's not programmed in here, but we might want to consider, is a separate evening just to talk about budget. So we can talk more about that. Yeah, just to give you an idea for your planning purposes of what the flow looks like. And some of these are more flexible. These days are more flexible than others. Obviously, we have to submit the budget to council, both budget to council by October 15th. That is required. Then we have to submit it to the state by end of January. The council adopts it in December. So any questions on the schedule? Yes.
If we have any concerns like we had last year and we had a shortfall, can we know that ahead of time? So if we do need to schedule another meeting, we can do that in a timely fashion. Because while we did it last year, it did feel kind of rushed.
Any other questions?
All right, then Andy, last on the work session is the RTAP application.
Yes, at each place at the dais for each member of council is a draft letter of support for an application that the city is preparing for the Rural Technical Assistance Program. And this is an economic development oriented program that's offered by the state, no cost to the city. It provides city expertise in particularly rural recreation oriented economies, such as ours. And it seems like we're a really good fit for this. The Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation has a firm on board, Antero Group, that has been helping with, among other things, grant writing. So Antero Group is actually, with the blessing of the Economic Development Corporation, preparing this application for us, which is due August 7th. And one of the requirements is that we provide a letter of support. So if council so desires, I'd ask that you, at the regular meeting, this would be in addition to the agenda, approve the mayor signing this letter of support that would go with the application, and also approve staff submitting the application to be considered for the Rural Technical Assistance Program. And this would be at least a year-long process. So if we get accepted, it's an ongoing process where we have access to experts in the field, various aspects of the field related to recreation, economic development.
All right. Any questions from the council on this one?
Is there any downside, Andy?
I don't really see any downside, from what I can gather.
I think as we're growing, I think it would really be helpful to have people who maybe have a little more expertise. You know, we've talked a lot about management and how we manage our growing terms of how we maybe some outside opinions would give us some better ideas or different ideas.
Yes.
Well, all right, we're gonna have like 18 minutes to. Yeah, we went through that fast, everybody would have thought possible. So. All right, I would ask for everybody to take about 15 or 20 and we'll reconvene here at 7 p.m. for regular meeting. I'm sorry?
For people to sign.
Oh, yeah, you know, I'm gonna make this announcement in about 20 more minutes as well, but if you'd like to sign up for public comment, we'd love to hear from you. There's a clipboard with a sign up sheet right over here on the counter, and you're welcome. Very early in this meeting, we're going to have a hearing, and members of the public are of course welcome during public comment. But you're also welcome even if you were here to comment on something that didn't have anything to do with that. I can't imagine that happening, but you're it's good to see you, and you're welcome to sign up. And thank you for coming.
See, I watched this.
Yeah.
Taking off for consider.
This has to roll.
Are you sneaking out?
Well, everybody. But I'll let you know that your letter is in every we're gonna be good.
You'll be right here.
No, we're not a stickler to the session.
I know, I didn't either.
Oh, I know, California stuff. I might call that. Yeah.
And I was just gonna invite some folks to come and sit up front. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It'll be tight, but I think if we do fill in, we've got some more seats over here. We probably have a seat for everybody. I'm gonna start us off right at 7 o'clock. I want to be respectful of everybody's time. And please, if you would like to make public comment, and it doesn't necessarily have to be about the Carlson development. If you'd like to talk about something else, you're free to sign up on our sign-up sheet over here. But anyways, we would all like to hear from you if there's something on your mind that you'd like to share.
No, I was on. Something like that.
Hey Dylan, how we looking? Ready to go. All right, thank you, sir.
I think all my friends. Does anybody need a? Something for later, when the screaming begins.
You're all civilized too. What are you talking about?
Hi, I would like to welcome everybody to the July 27, 2026 regular council session from the city of Idaho Springs. And I would like to start us off with roll call, please.
Janine Mariani. Here. Kate Collier. Here. Brianna Reagan. Here. Lisa Manifold. Here. Sharon Sis. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Jeremy Jones. Mayor Chuck Harmon.
Here. All please rise for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which is standing one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. So we have an agenda before us tonight. And I do need to make a few changes. One, under resolution number 12, we are going to continue that till the August.
12A.
Oh, 12A's. Thank you, Nick. 12A is going to be continued to August 10th meeting. Had the wrong resolution for the IGA.
So it's not resolution 14.
12A.
Okay.
And then under 13, ordinance first reading. This ordinance number 15. There currently is no term. And would like to amend that to reflect 50-year under term. And this, in case you want to see this in your packet, it's page 144.
Chuck, did we do it to match the library?
Well, that's the problem. There is not a term with the library.
We let it to,
But I know before they did the major investment upstairs, they wanted some kind of a commitment.
Sure.
So we're gonna ask council for an up or down on the 50 years.
okay, gotcha.
And Jan is in the audience.
Mayor,
Our
is
director.
that something that's getting removed from the agenda or just needs to be addressed?
It needs to be addressed.
Okay.
We're adding that because there's no wording on the term.
I can do a motion for
And then finally, under number 15, which is city administrator. Andy would like to add the RTAP letter of support, and there is a copy for you. And with that, I would like to make the motion that we accept the agenda as amended. And do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Kate? And any discussion? Hearing none, please raise your right hand and signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Does anyone tonight feel they have a conflict of interest? With the housing authority folks?
I think forty
Okay.
folks may feel that way if they could describe how they feel.
So are you asking the question of whether or not Janine has a conflict of interest?
Well, and we can bring that up when we get closer to the hearing.
Yeah, it's my understanding that Brianna, Janine, and Jeremy may all feel that they have one, so if they could just explain why they may feel that way, and I can do a Q&A and make a determination.
On conflict, I reviewed the initial plan for fire code compliance.
And is this for the property known as 1300 Colorado Boulevard? And did you review it other than fire code compliance? Did you review its zoning code compliance? Did it have any of the aspects in the packet that you saw tonight in terms of zoning code compliance?
Yeah.
It's staff reports? And do you feel that even with this prior review, you can still make a fair and impartial decision? And with that, I would say that you're able to participate.
Can I say something, Chuck, really quick? Chuck,
Well, Nick's just trying to establish.
just for your information, we are being.
Yeah, and I got you. I feel y'all.
Okay,
But it
great.
is my right to report,
Absolutely.
correct?
Go ahead.
Okay, well, you didn't have to interrupt.
All right, thanks.
Please continue.
So I serve in the Housing Authority Board and we reviewed like a letter from the Housing Authority. We reviewed, I'm trying to look up exactly what it was, a letter of support for this development from the Housing Authority.
And did the housing authority vote on this letter of support?
Yes.
Did you vote yes on it? Did you review any of these?
Can't hear you.
Did you review any of the plans that have been submitted tonight?
Thank you.
No,
And you did not review any of the zoning code of the city in relation to this letter of support?
no,
And even though you voted yes on this letter of support, do you feel that you can make a fair and impartial decision on this zoning application tonight?
yes.
Well, then I would say that you're able to participate.
I also am on the Housing Authority Board, as an alternate to the chair, so I have, no voting rights unless the chair is absent.
When the letter of support was voted on, were you participating as a member of the board or were you still an alternate that evening?
I was an alternate that evening.
So you did not vote on the letter of
I did
support.
not.
As part of this letter of support, did you review the, the plans for the zoning application like you see in your packet here tonight?
No.
And did you otherwise form an opinion on the development?
No.
And do you feel that you can make a fair and impartial decision here tonight?
Yes.
Then I will say also that you may participate tonight.
All right, thank you. Anyone else tonight? Oh, Lisa.
Yes, I'm on HPRC and this came across the HPRC desk about a month and a half ago, but I did not, at Carmen's request, I did not review it. I left that to the vice chair and I had nothing to do with the plans.
Well, in that case, then I would make a similar conclusion, like with the others, and say you're able to participate, especially so if you have not seen any of these plans until you saw your packet for tonight's
I got my
meeting.
pockets.
Then my conclusion is the same.
All right, thank you.
Excuse me, what is the letter of support? What
Amen.
is it? Who did it come from? What is it?
We're trying to pull it up for you.
You guys should know that.
We do know, so we have a
Yeah, we
housing
have
authority,
copies, right?
and that housing authority asks for letters of support for affordable housing, which this council has all agreed that we do need affordable housing.
Anyways,
Yeah.
if I'm going to move on, to, pass the conflict of interest. Approval of minutes. We have, minutes before us tonight. And do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve the minutes from July 13th, 2026.
Thank you, Kate. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Brianna. And any discussion of the minutes? Hearing none, all those in favor, please raise your right hand and signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We have bills before us tonight. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the bills through July 26th.
Thank you, Jeremy. And do I have a second?
I'll second to approve the bills,
All right.
July 27th, 2026.
Thank you, Sharon. And any discussion of the bills?
I do actually have a question about, what is the Ross Breyer for $881.25 Canva Coast Guard and poster template?
Am I supposed to answer that? I'm Ross, but that's.
Oh, no, it's actually for city staff.
Oh, okay.
No, you're good.
Can you say it again, Lisa?
What is the Ross Breyer? Obviously, that's Ross Breyer. What did we do for $881 for the Canada Coast Guard and poster template? Just because it's not one that I've seen.
Sadie's not here for marketing. Andy, would you happen to know?
What is your service, sir?
Yeah, marketing templates for, the town to produce, posters and, marketing assets.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, we're glad you're here.
Any further questions on the bills? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Janine Mariani.
Yes.
Kate Collier.
Yes.
Brianna Reagan.
Yes.
Lisa Manifold.
Yes.
Sharon Basis. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Jeremy Jones. Mayor Chuck Harnish.
Yes. All right, next up is public comment, and I'd like to ask, is there anybody in the room that signed up for public comment that does not wish to comment on the development of Old Carlson? Oh, Kent, please, come on up. Okay, and there's somebody in the back row as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know my arm's not up, I'm just recording.
No, it's
someone behind you.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Name and
They want you to
address.
register.
Kent Slaymaker, 2036 Virginia Street.
Thank you.
Hey, Council,
Hey, welcome. And bear with me just for 1 second. I want everybody to know, please don't be offended if there's no back and forth. Normally in public comment, there isn't. It's our time to listen. Everybody has 3 minutes and you're amongst friends, so please don't be nervous. Continue.
thank you, Mayor. I'm glad y'all are here to listen. Jason Gutterman was in town this weekend. I know the city staff has had to deal with him before. He is a bully who picks fights, films them for money, and also uses them for legal fees and settlements. He's a bully and a con man. He was here in town today. He picked a fight. He aggravated a situation. He posted a video. He's currently making money on it right now. There were some people that elevated things to violence. There's charges pending and stuff. That's fine. I'm not a prosecutor or cop. I don't know anything about that. What I do know is that filming an illegal act does not make it legal, even if the filming is legal. This person filmed harassment. Harassment is illegal in Colorado, and he should be charged. He is also currently harassing businesses in town. Restaurants near the area that had nothing to do with altercations, phones have been ringing off the hook. They've had to hang up, take their phones off the line. They're taking no call-in orders tonight. In addition to being illegal and immoral, He's also harming the economy of our town. Please do something. If you can't file charges, I understand, you can at least get his video demonetized. Other people were charged today. All of the people committing illegal acts during this altercation should be charged, including harassment. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I'm sorry, there was someone, yeah, please come on up.
Hi, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Bobby Courthouse. I am at 836 Main Street.
Thank you.
Can't hear you.
Oh, well, I will do my best to speak up. So I spoke last week on my thoughts of just using some more foresight with this development, but my big thing, well, I'm very glad to see such a great turnout for the city hall meeting. I think we should continue that energy. But I'm really questioning the city's water usage, especially with the new sod that they laid down at the Fieldhouse Apartments. I don't know why you guys laid down sod. We were told that it was gonna be xeriscaping. And the sprinklers, I mean, to establish the sod has been going off just in the middle of the day and watering the sidewalks. And the same watering the sidewalks happens down at the park across from Safeway. And I do have to bring into question with our water shortages and our drought, the waterfall behind the water wheel is treated city water. And I don't like that we're dumping that off the side of the hill. Just my opinion. Thank you.
Bobby, thank you. Is there anyone else that signed up for public comment that did not want to comment on the?
Can I still sign in over there on the paper?
Of course.
Mayor Chuck,
Sorry, Dr. Foot.
just to confirm, we don't have to be signed up to do a public comment, right? That was, I think, the information I got from the city office, that there's just gonna be like an open mic forum.
Well, there is on the public hearing
Okay,
that we're gonna have on 1300 block, which is of course redevelopment of Old Carlson. It's just, we want to give people an opportunity. There may be something else on their mind entirely.
sure. No, thank you for the clarification.
You bet.
But you do want us to sign that paper if we want to speak, correct?
Yes, you're still free to come and speak. Karen, just a little bit, the development of Old Carlson is pretty early here in the agenda.
Sign it.
So, hello, everyone. The public comment form is usually for items that are not on the agenda. However, with so many people, there's nothing bad about having your names for record. It helps me take minutes and such things. So if you signed up to comment on the Carlson, that's totally fine, but there is no requirement to sign up ahead of time to comment during the public hearing. So even though everybody who signed up will get a turn, if there's people who haven't signed up, you also can raise your hand and comment during the public hearing.
Hey, and one other little thing, it's totally possible somebody wants to talk about both the development at Carlson and maybe something else that's on your mind, so you're free to do both. But I just want to make sure that there isn't someone else in the room that wants to talk about something other than Carlson. So thank you.
I'd like to say something.
Come on
Can I
up.
say something?
Come on up.
So my name is Andy Magyar. My last name used to be Andy Anderson. And
Well,
my Margaret,
I'm sorry, you get sworn in.
Can you say your name and address for the record?
48 Wheelhaven Road,
Thank
up
you.
103, 1.2 miles. I just have to say that I was born and raised here in this town. Margaret Carlson is my great aunt on my father's side. I know about that elementary school, and that's all great, and you guys wanted to move it up to the old high school. I get it, that's all fine, but to put a building like you're wanting to put, I thought you guys would have more taste. Come on. We can't even afford to put people at the football field. It's not even filled up, are you kidding? And not to mention, I've been up to the Idaho Springs Reservoir. Have any of you? Do you know what it's about? I've been there, it is dry. Echo Lake is dry. Frisco is dry. Grand County is dry. My creek that is running by me, which is Chicago Creek, is running dry. We are all dry. So if you guys want to put up a 3-story, how many building, 72 parking garage, whatever. We have no water, people. We have no water, and that is the issue. It is gonna become more than that. It's worth more than gold. And whatever they want and money in their pockets, I'm telling you, it's about the water. It is about the water. And if you don't believe me, wait till this new year, 2027, and each and every one of you will see. They don't care. Don't bring in, and if they do bring it in, here's what upset me with the new football field standards. They put grass, and we are watering that grass. From here out, it should be rocks. It should be no trees. We are in a situation where we have no water. I'm not lying to you, people. I'm telling you the truth. If you could only see what I have seen, and I mean it. I mean it. And that's all I have to say. I love Idaho Springs, born and raised here. I love it. But you all need to recognize that the more people that come in, and I'm not against that. I am for change. But damn it, man, we can't have people having grass and trees and plants. Those days are over. Come the first of the year, this 2027, y'all will see they're gonna tax you on water, and it's gonna be horrific. And I love Idaho Springs, I love America, and that's all I have to say about that.
All right, thank you. Yes,
I noticed that the,
do you want to make a public comment? Ma'am, do you want to make a public comment?
yeah,
Oh, well, please,
okay,
come on, get sworn in.
okay. Podium. Okay. Hi. Hello. My concern is about water supply
Excuse me, ma'am.
too, as we have all seen.
Hold on. No, you're okay.
Can you just state your name and address for the record, please?
Okay, Vicky Sabici, SABIDGE.
Okay.
425 Idaho Street.
Thank you.
Well, my concern is about the water supply too. Been living here in town, county for about 30 years, and everywhere the water lines around the reservoirs and around the reservoir and the creeks have gone down dramatically. Right now, there's hardly any water coming out of the waterfall. Yeah, they think that the water wheel is gone. I was up there 10 years ago with my husband and more than this, and I understand how the water comes down from Wall Mountain down here, down there, Little Bear Road to the sources of water to feed the waterfall. Apparently, that's dehydrating too. My concern is how this new housing development is going to help benefit or not benefit communities by Idaho Springs as far as water supply is concerned. Especially if there's emergency situations coming up, such as the hillside catching fire. That's all.
All right, all right, so, just the last call, anybody that wants to make a public comment that's not on, the Carlson redevelopment, I'd like to hear from you. And that will conclude a regular public comment, but coming up here in just a moment, we're gonna have ourselves a hearing on the, Carlson development, and, for those of you who are here to, comment on that, well, we'd like to hear from you, and we'll get to you here in just a minute. As I had mentioned earlier, we had our finance officer with us and she did a great job. We are postponing resolution 12A to the August 10th meeting. And now we are going to have a public hearing on resolution number 15. And this is on the, oh, thank you. This is on the final development plan application for 1300 Colorado Boulevard for the July 27, 2026. This matter is set for public hearing before the City of Idaho Springs City Council to consider a final development plan application for the property known as 1300 Colorado Boulevard. Final development plan applications follow a typical two-step review process. The Planning Commission conducts a hearing on the application and submits a recommendation to council. The Planning Commission held its hearing July 20th and submitted a recommendation for conditional approval of the application. Tonight, the council is holding its own hearing and will be making the final decision on the application. This is a formal public hearing. We will require testimony to be given under oath. We will not follow any formal rules of evidence. If there's a question about admissibility of evidence or testimony, I'll make the ruling on that as chair. After I open the hearing, I will invite city staff to give a presentation. Then the applicant will be invited to present evidence and testimony. Then members of the public will be invited to give evidence and testimony. City staff and the applicant may respond to public testimony. Finally, the applicant will be given the opportunity to have the last word on any matter raised during the public hearing. Throughout this process, council members may ask questions. After I close the public hearing, the council will begin its deliberations and make our recommendation. We will do this by motion. Suggested motion is in the staff report. If we cannot reach a decision tonight, we could also continue the matter. Before I open the public hearing, any questions about the process? All right, I now open the public hearing of the final development application for 1300 Colorado Boulevard. It is 7:24 p.m. And I invite city staff to start us out. Dylan, thank you.
Mayor, before Dylan gets started.
Yeah.
And, this is his baby, but I just wanted to discuss the, you'll see on the agenda that after the public hearing, there's a resolution concerning a fee waiver request. Of course, public comment is probably going to touch on that request, but for purposes of your decision-making tonight, it's not super relevant to the development plan application itself because it is a distinct process that carries different rules. And I would encourage everyone to just wait until the conclusion of the hearing to really get into the meat of the fee waiver request. And once we get there, I've got more thoughts on your decision-making.
All right.
How you can proceed.
All right, thank you. Dylan, please welcome and proceed.
Sure, thanks, Mayor. I reviewed this on behalf of city staff since I am the city planner. This, as I mentioned, or as you mentioned in your reading, and the Planning Commission ultimately reviewed this on July 20th. They recommended approval with 10 conditions. I'll go into those in a bit more in a minute. But I want to mention that it was referred to relevant agencies as listed in the staff report. We sent out public notice as is required for meetings, including signs being posted on the property, letters being sent out to adjacent properties within 300 feet of the development. That was done on July 2026. A few relevant details, and I think the most important one, which everyone on council knows, but it's still important to acknowledge, is the city does not own this property. The school district owns the property. The city is not the developer on this property, nor are we an applicant. The city's role in this process is to review this against the criteria for approval and determine whether this applicant proposing an application meets the criteria for approval. I know city council knows that, but I think it's important to mention because that is different than if the city was proposing this project certainly. The proposed use is 50 units of residential multifamily. These would be affordable units, meeting state definitions for affordable and federal standards through the low-income housing tax credit process, if the applicant is awarded that. The zoning is commercial too. As I mentioned, Planning Commission recommended approval with 10 conditions. I can touch on those a lot more and the reasons why there's some of these conditions. And so criteria for approval is final development plans shall conform to all use and development standards of the Idaho Springs Municipal Code and the city's standards and specifications for design and construction. This is not a planned development, so that's not relevant. And when I touch on those 10 conditions, that's relevant to these criteria because, and it's relevant to this state required fast track expedited review that we are required to maintain as part of our Proposition 123 requirements, which was a state voted on housing policy that went to the vote of the people and essentially tries to improve affordable housing in the state. Because we're Proposition 123 compliant city, we agreed to fast track reviews of affordable housing projects to under 90 days per application from submitted application day to final decision. That's for project, and that's a state requirement. That's for any project that's at least 50% affordable housing. This is 100% affordable housing, so it's eligible. And so I want to acknowledge that, and certainly this is not a criteria for approval, but I'm happy to touch on any of the AMIs that would be required as part of this project. Regardless, to accommodate the time frame, conditions were put in place to ensure that criteria for approval are met. Certainly normally we have applications, any application has some conditions in place. And it's important to note that whether it's approved tonight or not, they have to meet that criteria for approval. And if the applicant doesn't meet the required conditions, and if the city says, actually, we've reviewed your plans at building permit review, and they don't meet that, the goal of these conditions is to ensure that the developer has to come back for an amendment. So I've also noted that, and that's why a lot of these conditions are in place. Some of them, as I'll touch on, are a little bit more specific to the, so to sort of touch on a few things that I think are unarguable. Number one is allowed uses in the C2 zone district. C2 zone district, this, section 21-41 of the municipal code says these are the things that are allowed in these zone districts. Residential multifamily is one of those things. And so whether we want to argue that it's the best use of the site, which we heard quite a lot at Planning Commission, that's not something that Planning Commission or staff can say that's not appropriate here because the zoning already has determined it to be the case. Similar to height, there's a lot of confusion about height, and that's because of how our definition of height is defined. I think it's pretty clear for a flat roof. You take the average of finished grade at the center of all walls of that to the highest roof beam of that flat roof. It's different for gable, eave, hip, those sorts of roofs. And I think that's important to know because of some other concerns that came up. Because you're taking and it's not relevant to this project, but the measurement is the average of the finished eave and the lowest point of a gable roof or a hipped roof. And so with flat roof, it's clearly 35 feet or not, which this is shown to be. With a gable roof, the absolute apex of the building might be over 35 feet, and that's how the height is defined. The other thing mentioned here is about open space. 15% is required, 25.2% is provided, and open space does not include paved areas. So that would be xeriscaped areas, landscaped areas, those sorts of things that are not impervious. I will note here on xeriscaping, I think it is an important consideration. The existing plans don't show a detailed list of the landscaping materials that would be used. However, we do require in the municipal code xeriscaping and native plants that are appropriate for this growing habitat and drought resistant species. And so Planning Commission ultimately recommended approval with a condition saying that those requirements be met, and that's a way of addressing that. Parking is another one that gets a lot of debate, certainly. And is yet another one that is specifically defined in the current municipal code based on the proposed unit mix and sizes of those units. The code requires 78.75 parking spaces, so round up to 79. They are providing 79 parking spaces off the streets. That's an average of 1.58 spaces per unit across development. We've approved some projects in the past that are affordable housing for as low as 1.08. That's irrelevant to this conversation, but this does meet the currently written Idaho Springs Municipal Code. One note I will have on that is relevant is with respect to conditions are here. It's condition number 5, and that's relevant to right-of-way potential vacation requests. That's another condition. So, and I'll just go to that now. So as part of this application, and this is a condition of approval that just based on how this site is organized. We have this historic right-of-way that runs approximately in this location circled on the that's historically is the alignment of Center Alley. This is not. There's basically two uses of it today, and the conditions are meant to, if they can, are meant to address this. So condition number 1 is, and it's relevant because the parking lot that they're proposing is through this right away. Use number 1 is sewer main that runs through the city. Through there, we have an 8-inch sewer main. I think it's 8-inch. That runs through there. Condition number, one of the conditions is such that an easement would have to be provided for that. That would still provide us with the access we need to maintain and service that. The other condition that's relevant because of the historic use of this right of way is library employee parking. This portion of right of way has been used for years by library employees. It is city right of way. They're requesting that to be vacated to accommodate their site design. And so staff said, in order to accommodate that, perhaps we could, and 3 is just a number I wrote down in these conditions, but it may need to be a different agreement to say, we need an agreement to allow parking employee or library employees to use this space. The applicants agreed to that. It's a proposed condition. Planning Commission was okay with that. And I think part of the reason why is because the time when residential parking is most used is during nighttime hours, because often people during business hours are working. And so there may be less concern about a few employees parking in that lot during library business hours because people living at that potential site are somewhere else working. But those would be conditions that would have to, if approved with that, they would have to come back for, as the condition says, come back to get that right of way vacation approved, which is a separate process. We have to approve the easement, all that. So that's something to note. And so that's that. The other major thing that I think will come up tonight is architectural design. This is directly next to the Idaho Springs Historic District. It is not within the Idaho Springs Historic District, but we do have these architecture design setting standards. Section or 205A2 says new developments within that 2-block radius of the outside boundary of district should build upon and support the architectural features of the district and strongly encourage use of historic district building materials and architectural styles. I think it's important to note that one change with the architecture since the Planning Commission meeting is that their original design proposed a stucco, basically siding on the entire building. They have since, because planning commission recommended this condition of approval, the development shall be designed to be compatible with the comprehensive plan recommendations to fit into the setting of the city and protect scenic view corridors, historic districts, and historic landscapes. That's a shall, not should. They had taken a crack at changing the materials for the facades. It's in the packet. You put up here, it's the exact same building form as what was proposed, but with different finishes. So regardless, that was feedback that the applicant had heard during that and put together. That is something where there's likely to be quite a lot of discussion and consideration. So again, I think it's important to note that much of this section in general, I say here, we're this, moving away from use of stucco in favor of other materials and colors. We reviewed this section 21-220, which is just broadly multifamily architecture anywhere in town, and said, generally it appears to be in compliance with these design criteria. I think where it's more important to have that discussion is this design setting about community gateways and the buffer zone. And there may be conditions to propose that make that more suitable. Certainly it's a subjective element, and like I said, planning commission ultimately added that proposed condition of happy to talk about anything else. I know I have a long report. I wanted to keep this brief and talked more than I had anticipated, but happy to pull up anything from the report and answer any of council's questions.
Council, questions for Dylan? Lisa?
Can you tell me how long you have been working with the developer on this project?
So I think the developer's been under contract for about 18 months.
18 months, okay.
Certainly this was the submittal, formal submittal was the second week of May for this final development plan.
In regards to like the historic buffer zone, was that made very clear from the beginning with the applicant?
Yes, and I've sent over to the development team our design guidelines for historic structures, which are relevant to the actual historic district designated properties. These elements are certainly included. I have sent over some of the initial nomination information that would speak to, and like the design guidelines and our survey plan from 2022 speak to what you historically find in the historic parts of the city as far as architectural features. Certainly and I put this in the report, the applicant has a separate analysis of the architecture, which is their attempt to address those supporting the architectural features and including some of those elements to address it. But I do think it is also important to acknowledge that the existing building was not from our period of significance, and it's an institutional use, and we don't have any examples of residential multifamily from the period of significance, and that I think makes the review a little bit harder, because you can't just point to, here's what was common of our multifamily residences of this time.
So I want to push back on that and say, if you look at condition number 9, it says decorative trims and parapet caps associated with the building shall be designed to complement a late 19th century, early 20th century architectural aesthetic and be enhanced to create a stronger horizontal expression with clearly defined first and upper floors. I do think the floors are clearly defined from the first and upper floors. Do you feel that this current, I don't think that this current plan takes that into account.
Sure, well, and like you said, that's a proposed condition that I had come up with, and that was really based on the initial design. That was presented to the planning commission with the stucco, where it was the different colors. They recommend, or they included in the plans a decorative cap feature there, and so I wanted to be clear that this is the period of decoration we're looking for. I think there's potentially other conditions that could be, and we discussed this a bit at planning commission, there's other conditions that are from a design perspective that could be considered and would ensure that that is done. My I can't speak for planning commission, but I think there's some hesitancy from them to say that it be up to staff to determine if those conditions are met when it comes to architecture, because it's quite subjective.
Would this be something that you would feel could be answered by the design guidelines for the historic district? Because those are pretty detailed.
Right, well, in chapter 3, I think it is, of the design guidelines speak to, again, this is not in the historic district, but chapter 3 of the design guidelines speak to non-contributing structures and new buildings within the historic district. And so certainly there's elements from there that could be brought.
I wanted to flip back on one comment well, 2 comments that you made. One is specific to parking, and that we as the council, the previous council has made accommodations for parking. Number one, both of those things, I think that at any time, I feel like those considerations would never come up for debate once again. The first time was Riverbend, and the only reason that was allowed when I was on council was because we had adequate parking along Colorado Boulevard at the time, because we did not have a bike park. So that is why we said we're gonna open that up. As far as the field house, I want to make sure that this council did not want to have less than adequate parking. So that, I just want to be very clear about that. And then you said something about there's no comp housing in town. Well, because that kind of housing didn't exist. So to like say that there's nothing to compare it to that exists from back in the day, just simply is just sort of like, okay, it just didn't exist because that's not the kind of housing we had. That is an industrial use. I don't actually agree with that. I actually think that building is historic. It's a 1932 building. So 1937, sorry.
37.
And I do think that there's something beautiful about that period. So I don't think that we can say that it's industrial, so that whatever goes in place should be industrial. Is just my comments on your presentation.
Sure, and I did mean institutional, not industrial.
Same sound to me. Institutional sounds industrial, which means sounds like a sight word to me. So never been to see a sight word that looks really super beautiful.
All right, other questions for Ellen?
I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just the board.
All right, well, Dylan, we know you're not going far. I'm gonna invite the applicant up next.
Just a quick procedure. No, go ahead, Dylan. If we do have any questions, because the hearing is still open, we can ask Dylan to come back.
Sure, absolutely.
All the way up until the hearing is closed.
Yep.
And then it's really just like you guys discussing and me helping you with the motion.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
Thank
I just want one quick question. Can you re-clarify what buffer zone, what was it between the historical district? I don't remember what you said there.
2 blocks.
Yeah.
Two blocks. Thank you.
Welcome.
Mayor, sorry.
Can you please state your name and address for the record?
8475 for once.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mayor, city council, city staff, residents of Idaho Springs, thank you again for taking the time to discuss Minor Street Apartments. As you know, come to the board 2 different times over the past year and a half to discuss this development. First off, I want to talk about the affordable portion of the development. I think that came up during the planning commission meeting, and I've had some public comment reach out to me about the affordable side. So I kind of want to just dive into affordable housing. There could be a misconception or misunderstanding of what this specific development is offering Idaho Springs. And so this one is going through a process with the state called low-income housing tax credits. In that low-income housing
we have a certain AMI level that we designate for this development. That AMI level for this development is between 30% AMI and 60% AMI.
Can you also define AMI for anybody that might have not heard before, please?
Yeah, AMI is the average median income. Now, this is based off of HUD. This is not something that the city generates or the county generates. This is not something that I generate, or really even the state. So HUD has a map and it's designated by certain counties. And within that county, they will designate what those AMIs are and what that average income is for that county. So for us as a developer, we have to base everything off that HUD AMI that is listed. And then so with that will tell you what the average income is. And then obviously you go 30% of that, you go 40% of that. And then with that, it also talks about what the rents are. And so those rents are tied to the AMI. So for this specific development, it's 50 units as discussed by Dylan. There's going to be 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedroom units. And we have a set AMI of 16 of those units will be 30% AMI. 6 of them will be between 40 and 50% AMI, and the rest will be 60% AMI. Now, when we put that development through CHAPA, through the state, we will say, hey, unit 101 is a 30% AMI, unit 102 is 40%, and so on and so forth. Those units will maintain that AMI for as long as the LURA is on the property. The LURA is the land use restriction that's going to be put on the property if we're awarded tax credits. So again, the affordable part is going through going through federal regulations as well as state, because there are state tax credits involved in it. But we have to follow their compliance period, and obviously the state will put a land use restriction on the property. What that means for you is that those designated AMIs that I put to each individual unit will stay that way up until the end of that LURA. And so for us, we're proposing the CHAPA. We have the 15 years of initial compliance, which is mandatory regardless, because you're using federal regulations. And then you can choose how many years after that you put on. And we have chosen 25, which is the max amount that CHAPA has for our application. So that means it'd be for 40 years, there'll be a LURA on the property. Those AMIs, they stay between 30 and 60, and each individual unit that's tagged with those AMIs will stay like that for 40 years. We as a developer can't change it. And what that means is whatever the max rent is that HUD provides those AMI levels is what we have to charge. We cannot exceed what HUD has designated a 30% AMI rent or a 40 or 60. Now, to understand that every year HUD updates their income and rents. Obviously, more recently, those have been increased by 1 to 4%. I believe there's 1 year in Colorado, it increased at, I think, around 8% or something like that around 2023. So with that, you can kind of understand again, once we develop this and we rent it for those prices, for those AMIs, us as a developer cannot increase them unless HUD increases that 1% or 2%, whatever it is for the next year. Now this can reverse, and I see it in other cities where the rents have declined. And so HUD has reduced the maximum LIHTC rent, so we would have to follow that. We cannot exceed the maximum LIHTC rent for each AMI. And so that kind of comforts you as a city, knowing that whatever we set for the rents, again, is fairly regulated. So we can't change that rent unless HUD changes it annually. With that, there's also utility allowance. So you'll see the maximum, the maximum rent for the AMI. Then there's the utility allowance. The utility allowance is the allowance that we take off of that max rent. And so that equals your net rent for the resident. And kind of with the rents, every year the utility allowance is updated. Obviously, every year the utility rent allowances increase. To give you an example, last year for a one bedroom, I believe it's one bedroom, it could be a two, was $83. But this year it's $90, so it's increased $7. So there is that still offset to between if rents increase 2%, that utility allowance would increase a certain amount of dollars, so that does kind of lower the percentage of increased rent. And then, let's see, AMI, another thing to discuss is who can be an applicant, who can apply for these rental units. That process is kind of long, right? You have to provide a lot of your information. It's not like a market rate where you can apply if you have a deposit, if you have some money, you could get in. With this, there's a lot of compliance involved. In that compliance, a applicant has to provide their income, has to provide their tax return, has to perform a background check, and has to perform their assets, so all their financials. And the reason for that is we have to make sure whatever their income is, that we set them into the correct AMI unit. And with that compliance, we have to submit that to the state. We have to submit that to the tax credit investors who purchase tax credits, and everything has to fall within compliance. And with that, it goes through multiple people, the property manager, the regional manager, then a compliance person who reviews the file as well before they can be approved to rent that unit. So we have to make sure that they are put into the correct AMI unit. Any questions on the AMI income, rent, utility allowance?
What's the number? Austin, I think your average is like 48.2.
Yeah, it's at a 48% average of all 50 units. And again, all 50 units are LIHTC. There's no market rate. So it's 100% low income.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
So your help to the LURA restrictions to be able to, oh wait, I'm sorry, that's the land use restriction. Talking about the low income housing and the rates that you have. Are you guys the property managers of this unit, of this whole, and if like you hired another property management to take it over, do they still need to be compliant with it also?
Absolutely.
Or is it just you as an entity
No,
and
no, no.
not?
It doesn't matter who's managing it. They have to manage the property in that compliance. They cannot go outside of that.
Okay.
Is this something that you all have talked with the Regional Housing Authority about managing? Do you want their help in managing it, or do you plan to manage this yourself?
Yes, so I did talk to the Regional Housing Authority and requested their support for the project, in which they did grant support for the project. As they obviously have a new executive director, they were just created very recently. And their mission and goals is to preserve and create affordable housing. I did talk to them about management. At the moment, I believe, wouldn't be able to manage the development, but I did talk to them because I want to have that special limited partnership with them, that I would definitely be open for them to manage because they are located in this county. Yes.
For the AMIs, can you say numbers, or you just don't know them? I think that's probably a question on a lot of people's minds, like what the actual rents would be.
Sure. So to give you an example, of a 30% AMI, if you are a two-person household, your income would have to be $34,560. Your rent for a one-bedroom would be $810. But remember, you take the utility allowance off, so a one-bedroom is, I believe it's $90. So you take the $90 off the $810. And then, 30% for a three-bedroom would be $1123. minus the utility allowance for a 3-bedroom, which I believe is around 150 something.
And 60% would be double that essentially, because it's double the income.
Okay, next, item to discuss on there, again, this is a application that we're providing to, Jaffa here next week, to go after tax credits. For low-income housing, in order to produce, especially 30% AMI units, tax credits is really the only way to, provide equity for a development in order to provide 30% AMI units because the rents are so low. It's very hard to financially make a development work when you have all low rents between 30 and 60% AMI. So developers like myself go throughout different states and put in applications for developments, and it's a very competitive process. For instance, in Colorado, I believe there's somewhere around 32 or 33 applications. And depending on how much each developer asks for tax credits, for it to be between 10 to 12 developments that get applied. So it's a very competitive process. With that, we are again asking for state tax credits. The state tax credits we're requesting from the state is an annual amount of $1.9 million, which over 6 years comes out to about $11,400,000. Now, that's the amount of tax credits that are provided by the state. Now, us as the developer, we don't have $11 million over 6 years to have to write off. So that goes, we go to a syndicator, find an investor. And usually those investors are going to be banks, there's a majority of them, insurance companies and other various big entities or a multi-fund. And so they will purchase that tax credit at a set value. Fortunately, it's not a dollar for dollar. It's, for instance, this is a combination of accelerated and layered state tax credits. So pricing is going to be around 65 to 68 cents, which comes to about $7.7 million, $7,752,000 of equity. That's what helps us as a developer get the lower rents for the 30% and 60%. AMI levels. Let's see here. Going on, obviously we had a planning commission meeting. There's a couple items that I want to reiterate, go over, and correct from that meeting, just to clarify in case you've heard some information. Let me just make sure I go over the correct ones. Accessibility. So we will have 88 units, obviously. I incorrectly say we had 3 ADAs and 2 hearing visual. That was my mistake. So I just want to clarify. We have 6 ADA units and 6 hearing and visual units. The next is the design. Obviously, that's something that came up quite frequently on the meeting with the planning commission. We did supply in a short turnaround a updated facade. So the amount of units, square footage, the actual design and footprint will remain the same, so that will not change. But the facade is something that we are working on, and again, we're willing to have guidance from the council or from the city, and if there are certain aspects of a facade that you're looking for. Again, we have been working on this for about 1.5 years. We've had public hearings about this development, and up until now, there's not been as much guidance on exactly what type of facade, so we are trying our best to put a facade. Now, there's 2 items to note about this. This is affordable housing. I did state in the planning commission that We can put some brick, but we cannot make the whole building out of brick. That would be too costly for a low-income housing development. And for the architectural design, again, I'm very open, very transparent about what we're doing, how we're doing it, and I'm very open to suggestions. If there are ideas the city council has by for the architectural facade of building. Now, granted, when you were looking at the facade, it's, I think as Dylan said, it's very open, right? One person on board wants something, another person can want another thing, so it gets very difficult to try to decide what is the architectural facade. When you go down Minor Street, there are multiple different buildings. Now I'm comparing a residential use project to commercial. So that's one item that's different. The second is that there are many different facades down the historic district, Minor Street. So to try to incorporate all of them would not look good. To try to incorporate some, and then that's what the second rendering is about. Looking at different colors of different units that are on Minor Street as of now. The next thing was the monument. We have put together on the directions here, the southwest corner, to provide a monument that essentially says "Welcome to Idaho Springs," because it is on the exit ramp of 70. So it would be good to have some type of monument that says "Welcome to Idaho Springs." Obviously, the first one that was submitted, there was concern about the design. So I did redesign it, and I have that there. Again, I'm more than happy to modify or change that design that I provided to you. The next item that came up was the fence. So in this design, I do have a perimeter fence with gates to operate in order to let residents in and out. I believe there was a misunderstanding, or maybe I misspoke, and I apologize for that in the planning commission meeting, but CHAFA does not require this. At no point in time does CHAFA, the state agency, tell me you need to do this, this, and this. That is not the call. The reason for the fence is when I put an application together, again, it's very competitive. So if I miss something, or if I don't answer questions ahead of time, you know, that's not good for me as a competitive advantage. So with this development, I have to put myself in their shoes as not only CHAPA staff members, but their board. And when they look at the site and they look at the aerial and they look at the market study and they go, okay, this site is located next to the interstate. It is across the way from 3 gas stations. The site itself, and exception of where the library is surrounded by streets. I have to think, what are they going to ask me? Because this is a family development. So family development, typically, you have families, you have children. We have a playground, we have a dog run area. So again, I have to put myself in their shoes and think, well, what kind of issues would they come up? What kind of questions would they ask? And the obvious question from the outside view would be, it's near an interstate. It's next to gas stations. There's a lot of transient traffic that come on and off that interstate. A lot of people that don't live there go to that gas station, move on I-70. So the way for me to mitigate any type of crime or security for the development, I've decided to put a fence around the property for multiple things. First, so people don't come on the property that are transient on the 70, but then because there will be children there that will play on the playground and run around the development, because it's surrounded by streets, you know, trying to protect the health and safety of the children that are in development, not to go into the street, and hence the director of fence that goes around. Now, again, that's another item that I am more than willing to discuss. And if that's something that has to be removed, I will, but I'm just explaining why I did originally put the fence on the property.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Yes.
So how many of these type of developments, affordable housing, have you done in Colorado?
So this is going to be the first one for DW development
Okay.
in Colorado itself. And just to give you an understanding of us as an affordable housing developer,
I don't need, I'm fine. I'm gonna move on to the next question. Why here and why that property? Because it sounds like you would have so fewer hoops to jump through if you did almost anywhere else in Colorado. This is like a round circle, well, in your case, a rectangular square, a rectangle trying to get into a circle, surrounded by historic areas and historic homes and a historic vibe. And I gotta tell you, with the amount of conditions, the ROW that you're requesting, the fees that you're requesting from the cities to be dismissed, I just don't get it. I gotta ask you why here and why this spot?
let me get it.
Sewer, we have to fix the sewer.
Apologize. Great question. So as an affordable housing developer, what I have to do is look for towns, cities that need affordable housing. That's number one. Obviously, I'm not going to go to a town or a city that says, we don't need affordable housing because that would have meshed, right? It's not needed. Why would I build it there? For Idaho Springs, I was presented this site from somebody that's not associated with the city or the school district, essentially a broker, that said, hey, there's a school that's coming up for sale. They had a meeting and their meeting discussed ideas of what that school could be. And the main item of need was affordable housing. I said, okay, well, that intrigues me. So I do my research and look at the city and look at the needs assessment, 2018, 2022, and obviously some more recent one. All of them talk about the needs assessment says you need affordable housing. You have a great need in between a 30 and 60% AMI. And so with all that information, that shows me obviously the town is in need of it. I conduct a market study. I have a professional go through and go through the apartments that are here and any type of vacancy, occupancy, and the need of the project. So all those have aligned together that Idaho Springs needs affordable housing. Between the AMI.
Like County needs affordable housing, so there's a lot of leeway there, but good. The world needs affordable housing. Yeah.
Austin, please continue.
So that's the reason that answers your question.
So it still seems like of all the places that need affordable housing in Idaho, in Colorado, which is Fairplay, Alma, anything around Leadville at this point in time, pretty much anything from Fruita to Fort Morgan needs affordable housing. This is the smallest possible spot to put this project in. And again, you gave me a long reason, but I'm still not getting it. You were invited to this particular spot to tear down almost 100-year-old building to put up affordable housing, and it doesn't fit. So again, of all your test spots in Colorado, this seems like the most unlikely one, especially because of this pushback from the people that live here and have probably many of you were raised here. So again, I don't want to waste anybody's time. I think everybody's picking up on what I'm putting down, but asking the city for money, asking for the library to essentially give up its employee parking and therefore parking for its residents and patrons, that mothers and parents can't take their kids there, seniors can't drive there. I mean, that to me is just like spiraling in my head. I work at the library just for information, but I don't know why we're still going down this road when the planning commission, in my opinion, very, very, very reluctantly pushed this through with 10 conditions. I sat on planning for 16 years. There's no way that the olden days planning commission would have put this through. That's all I'm saying.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Austin, I have to say, your assessment of us really needing affordable housing, spot on. The 30 to 60%, spot on. We need something affordable for our people, not from, say, I'm not picking on them, but from another area that are used to paying $2,100 or $2,500 for a two-bedroom. Now, that being said, I was very surprised by the design. For me, and I would have said this here in a little while when we are deliberating, I was very surprised by that architect and that design. I'm sorry, I'm not an architect, but it just did not seem like it gelled very well at all with downtown. I am happy that you said you're willing to take a second look at the facade. It's something, frankly, I have a hard time with. That 2-block radius that we spoke of, I just think it's a real clash, and I'm sorry to say that. I had hoped for something that would have gelled better with downtown. Because again, we do need it. And I think probably every member of council is very pro affordable housing, but I speaking for myself, I really have a hard time with that design. And I think there's a ways to go on the architecture of those two buildings were very surprising to me.
Well, I would also say too, I don't think that most people in the audience are against affordable housing. We all live here. We've all seen how crazy pants the cost of living here is. And if your friends try to move here, you're like, I don't know. I mean, we need this, but I'm with Chuck on that. That's why I asked how long you had been working on this. This is 18 months.
Yeah.
The Historic Preservation Review Commission has a whole set of guidelines that don't have anything to do with the way council thinks or anybody else. Those design guidelines are extremely detailed. And the buffer zone says, and I quote, hold on, I have it because I wrote it down. Says, there's a 2-block buffer surrounding the historic district that also regulates building and site design for new developments in that area. Approximately 150 structures are located within this buffer area, of which the school is one. New developments in this buffer area should build upon and support the architectural features of the district itself. Use of historic district building materials, architectural styles, and design based on historic city sites are strongly encouraged. Now, in the packet, pages 90, I want to say 99 to 103, there's a long list about why this is appropriate to be a more contemporary structure. And that is not what this says. Even though it doesn't say shall, it's very clear that you need to support the architectural designs. And so I feel like over 18 months, this is where my frustration comes in. Over 18 months, I know that our city planner understands the buffer zone because I work with him on this. And for this to come back to us at 18 months, I feel like you guys aren't listening to us. We've been really clear about what we want to see in our town. And it's not happening. I'm with Chuck. This is not a design. Your argument says we don't want to look like something that we're not. That's always the point of the Historic Preservation Review Commission. You don't falsely represent history. You work with the history, and this is not working with the history. It's next to a period, 1890s, 1900 hose house, which is like Western, very basic, architecture, and a Gothic revival library. Like there doesn't seem to, and I saw, the discussion about how does the Gothic revival library fit in with this, and I thought, there is no way an architect wrote this. Like I'm not an architect, but I deal with enough of them. How did an architect write this and actually put their name on it? Because I know that our staff has been very clear about, hey, this is the buffer zone. And so out of everything else, and I have other concerns,
the public comment, and I'm expecting a rather lengthy one. Probably a lot of people who have the same concerns. And
Work on it.
I need a minute.
folks, we're back in session. Things up. Come on in.
You should ask that. It'd be very good.
And in fact, I'll ask it for you.
Okay, are we good, Dylan?
All
Can you explain how if we vacate the right of way, and that gives us that library parking, it's a two-part question. Does that allow you to meet the parking obligations as per the city code? Do you need that to meet the parking obligations? Because that's what I understood from your report.
The right of way, yes, because that right of way goes into the property quite a bit. That right of way would land where the parking is in front of the building.
Okay,
So it's obviously when that right of way was put in, a lot of it was, as Dylan mentioned, for the sewer. But if you notice on that map, there's a section of the school that the right of way was vacated. And the school sits on top of that sewer line. So in this design, we have a parking lot above that sewer line, and there is a median in the parking lot, in which if you needed sewer access, because we would provide the access easement to that sewer line. And so it'd be easier to access that sewer line with our design.
okay, but do you also need that right of way to meet your parking obligations for this Idaho Springs municipal?
Yes.
Okay, so then my other question is, Dylan's condition says, condition 5, the applicant shall provide 3 parking spaces. How do you plan to manage that? Because if the library, like I know right now, the library uses 4 spaces. That's what they generally tend to have for their employees. How do you plan to manage that with the needs of the residents versus the needs of the library?
As far as the agreement would be something that would need to be worked on, as far as who, what employees are parking there, we would provide those 3 parking spots, or it's deemed 4 or 5, that's what we're willing to work with. But as far as parking on the development, again, we're at, I believe it's 1.58 parking spots per unit. And historically in low-income housing, and if you want to look that up, it's typically around 1.1 per unit for family development. And then for a senior development, it's typically around 0.7 per unit.
Is that in a rural area or is that in the city?
I was gonna say, that Sharon's question is.
Because in a rural area, we are very car dependent. So there's a difference between us here versus someone downtown,
Or even Lakewood?
even Lakewood, yeah.
Right. 100%. I don't know, raise your hand if you only have 0 cars.
Oh, we have 3 people and 4 cars in our house. So-
Sure, but again, you have to realize that this is low-income housing, so you'd have to qualify to get into this unit.
I understand, and I
Even
probably
though-
could qualify to be in this house. Okay, I just happened to buy my house at the right time.
$500 car.
Even, I mean, so here's we had a question from the audience that I thought was good enough for me to ask. I'm stealing this young man's question. Why does it need to be 50 units, just for clarification?
That's to make it financially work.
And then to go back to the parking, again, as I said earlier, the parking has shown to be a problem in the places that we allocated less parking, which is still more than what you're proposing in the past. And I don't see how the center of town, one of the busiest areas in town, which draws our tourism, our library district, our history, the beginning of our historic district, how that's gonna be provocative enough for somebody to drive all over Tarnation so that they can park and take care of, do what they want to do in downtown, when your units are definitely gonna be using residential units all up and down Colorado Boulevard, up 13th, up 14th, and I don't think anybody here is fooled by the assumption that there's only one car per apartment. We just know that that's never gonna be true. And again, it doesn't make sense while you're putting a rectangle in a circle, because the parking should have been noted right up front that you don't have adequate parking for an apartment complex in the center of a historic district. Well, it's a permit, I'm consistent being of mine, let's be real clear, it doesn't match our areas.
Want to note though, they are meeting their parking per our city code.
And like I just said,
without Any,
the AMI isn't reflective
No.
of a true AMI, and the parking situation isn't reflective of what really is happening in our town.
we don't have special standards.
I've never
for
had to die on that hill,
affordable
Dylan, I don't have to vote on it for, so don't worry
I
about it.
just don't want anyone to vote against a project because it does meet our code for any multifamily housing, whether it was $1 million a unit or $10 a unit. And so just like and that's with the caveat of the library. So that is a caveat, of course, but I just like, if the discussion is, we're gonna deny this on the basis of parking, I really would be concerned about that because this is what our municipal code has said, dating back at least 15 years, because I went back through it. And so to say 1.58 is what our municipal code requires. And again, the for however many spaces for the library is different, but they're not asking for any exceptions. And so if we wanted to address parking for multifamily residential, I would strongly suggest that that be just done as a code amendment outside of this particular
That's fine.
thing. So that's
But I think we've mentioned doing that before, so that's not the first time.
right.
Yeah.
Kate, can I ask a question of you?
Sure.
I was just in and out of the bathroom, I may have missed something. And I'm trying to scribble down possible notes or findings here. Is it true or not true that the parking requirements are satisfied with or without the vacation request, or is the vacation request necessary to satisfy the parking?
Well, their current site plan shows some of their required off-street parking in that area that's currently city right.
Okay, thanks.
So,
So the city would have to vacate to them, is that how you would say it?
well, we would just, yeah, and
And
it would just be vacated and it would go to the adjacent property owner, which
Sure.
theoretically, I guess, could go partially to the. I mean, I guess it goes to the city, right? Because,
It is city, it's, the library is city property, so.
right, so
we would
then I
be
guess it
vacating our
doesn't,
property.
so that's, if the library owned the building, then half of the right of way of the building would go to the library, but that doesn't, it's not relevant here,
Yeah,
so
that
sorry.
doesn't, yeah, I got you, I know what you're saying.
So just a couple thoughts here, just hearing you guys out. Then in that case, I think I would disagree that the parking is satisfied because it requires a condition and a vacation to be satisfied. So I do think denial could be based on parking, and a denial could direct the revised plan be submitted without the necessary vacation request. And then also, just, you guys all know this, I'm sure, but if you were to approve the resolution as written with the condition concerning the vacation request, the city is still under no obligation to grant that request. And if that request were to come down the line and you all were to see that and ultimately deny it, then the applicant would have to submit revised plans to work around that and do an FDP amendment.
Thank you. I have a question. With all of the conditions that are required there's 10 conditions that you're supposed to follow. If we approve it, do you have to do those conditions or
Yes.
can you still,
It still has to do all the
you
conditions.
still have to?
Or they could come back for an amendment, I guess, to say, hey, we've met these, and did, like, basically, we don't want these conditions anymore, here's a whole new application.
And you had said that you had done different public forums, meeting with community members about this, because I know you had the planning commission on Monday, but I'm not over the last 18 months, I don't know that I've heard of any meetings, group meetings. I know that for the field house, there was a lot of meetings and there was a lot of community input and there was a lot of talk and a lot of back and forth with the community members. And
I believe the last one this year is around May 11th. But then we had a few last year. I don't know the dates offhand, but it was last year, but I think the last one this year was May 11th, and then the meeting up on that.
And to clarify on is from a process standpoint, the code requires one community meeting to be scheduled at minimum before they're allowed to submit, and they did conduct that meeting, and we had about 30 folks there, I
at
would
the tap
guess.
house,
Well, it was here. And, but then, yeah, what Austin's referring to, is we came to council a couple times to say like, hey, by the way, I'm applying for this thing.
All right, any further questions for the applicant? Austin, thank you, but we're gonna have public comment and we're gonna invite you back up. You get the last word, and if you have any rebuttals to some of the statements or anything to add for or against, we'll have you up in a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we are gonna start off public comment. I'm just going in the order that's on the sheet that people had signed up. Lisa, you're first up. Welcome and come on up.
We don't know how popular.
And please understand,
I love
we're glad to have you. Don't be nervous, please.
Hello. Heidi, please state your name and address for the record. Lisa Bennett, 4577 Chicago Creek Road. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Not a great public speaker, so I'm just gonna read right from the sheet. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. I'm Lisa Bennett, as many of you know, longtime resident. I'm also the chair of the Long Range Planning Committee for the school district, although tonight I'm not speaking on behalf of the school district or the Long Range Planning Committee. I understand that this project is not what many people would have preferred for this location. I've heard the concerns about the building scale, traffic, parking, and preserving the character of Idaho Springs. Those concerns are sincere and they deserve to be part of this conversation. But I also believe we have to confront another reality. Idaho Springs and our county as a whole are facing a housing shortage that is affecting the people who make this community what it is. Young adults are struggling to stay here. Working families are being priced out. Seniors are finding it increasingly difficult to afford a place to live. My adult son lives with me because he can't afford today's rental market in the county or in town. I also had an elderly disabled member of our community living with me for the past 6 years because affordable housing simply isn't available for someone who's on Social Security. If we want our children to build their lives here, if we want our workforce to remain here, and if we want our seniors to age with dignity in the community they love, we have to create more housing, and soon. I want to thank the Planning Commission for the time, professionalism, and careful thought they put into reviewing this application. They listened to the public, carefully evaluated the project, and included conditions they believe would improve the final development. I also want to thank Mr. Richardson. This property was on the market for an extended period, and this is the only viable offer the school district received. That sale provides critical funding to address long overdue repairs and maintenance in our schools, and every dollar from the sale will help preserve the facilities for our students, teachers, and community. I'd also like to recognize him for demonstrating the willingness to listen. He made changes to the design in response to community feedback, and he's held separate Q&A sessions as recently as last week. While no project satisfies everyone, I think it's important to acknowledge the willingness to collaborate, and I hope that spirit continues throughout the project. Finally, I'd like to thank the City Council. I know this decision isn't easy. Balancing the needs for housing, the interest of the school district, the concerns of neighbors, and the long-term future of Idaho Springs. I have confidence that you will continue asking hard questions, especially you two, and ensure this project moves forward in a way that best serves our community. Tonight is about one development. There's an ongoing conversation that needs to keep happening about what kind of community we want to become. We all care about how Idaho Springs grows, and I encourage everyone to stay involved after tonight and work with our elected officials.
help update the codes and regulations so that future projects better reflect the vision our community has expressed throughout this process. Wrote this copy and I'll shape it together. I believe this project represents a responsible investment in our schools, a meaningful step towards addressing our housing shortage, and an opportunity to continue improving through community involvement. And I respectfully ask the council to approve it. Thank you for your time and for your service.
All right, Lisa, thank you. Next up, Linda Darrell, come on up.
Can you please state your name and address for the record? Linda Darrow. And I'm please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. Thank you, council and mayor, for being here. This is a big decision, and I've lived here. My husband and I moved here and bought our home in '82. We've been here for many, many years, and we love it here. We love the history of our community. We love the people. We raised 3 daughters here, and we wish everyone would have this opportunity to live in a community like this. I'm gonna hit on one thing, which I have a lot, but the parking issue is the major thing. I think I'm not for this. Let me tell you that, but when you come into our darling, wonderful, historical community and you pull into this entrance, the first thing you see are 3 gas stations and this building that they're proposing. It's not very inviting. And it's right there coming into our beautiful, beautiful historical buildings and communities. The library, the post house, the senior center is beautiful now. It is gorgeous. And, you know, I can walk to town. You know, I can walk down there, but, you know, everybody, I just had my sister to visit. She said, oh, what a darling town. The way that, you know, you walk down the sidewalks. Done that. It's just a beautiful community. And this is not what I want people to see first thing, that building. I'm not against affordable housing, but it's not the place for it. And we're not the city. Therefore, we don't have, we can't go downtown and buy new underwear. You know, I mean, we have to go into town, into Denver. We're not Denver. We don't want to be Denver. But we don't want to be Denver. We have this beautiful community. Let's see. Okay, we came to council a few months ago, discussing, brought up the issue with parking and the parking at the field house. What was that going to do to this community? We have not only the beautiful historical downtown, right here are these beautiful homes. Mine being one of them. A lot of people have those around here. And we don't have off-street parking. I mean, we only have off-street parking. We don't have garages. We don't have driveways because we were built. They didn't have, we had forest and parking. So we had to park on these narrow streets. We can only park on one side of the street. And we brought this up. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm gonna make it real fast. But we brought it up to about the field house. That we're gonna have a problem here because we don't have parking. They have to go out of that area, out to the streets. And the closest thing we have this and 2 blocks away, we're gonna put in this other building that doesn't have enough parking. I don't know, 1.5 per unit. I don't know of a household, a couple that does not have 2 cars. And we can't, we're just gonna be cars. That's what we're gonna be. It's a bunch of cars. We don't have the capability of putting these houses. And something that came to me the other night, I thought, not only are we gonna just look terrible with all these cars around because this is not enough room. What about
Okay.
Mrs. Darrell, I respectfully would ask that you please try to
Wrap it up real fast, okay. Okay, our downtown. Okay, is this correct? We are citizens of Idaho Springs, so we can park downtown for free, correct? Now, Fieldhouse is gonna be citizens of Idaho Springs. They don't wanna have enough parking there. And also, this building is not gonna have enough parking there, so they can park downtown. Well, where are all the tourists? If we're all using our parking for that, because we don't have enough parking.
Mrs. Darrell, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judy Murphy, welcome. Please come on up.
Name and address for the record, please. Judy Murphy, 956 Pine Slope Road. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
First, I need to make perfectly clear that tonight I am speaking as an Idaho Springs resident and not as an alternative member of the planning commission. I really want to highlight just one issue. The developer waited until this very last minute to bring these plans to the planning commission as well as the city council, hoping to rush through their plan without a thorough investigation of either entity or by either. Please, if you have the least bit of hesitancy to pass this project, make the developer show you how he is going to comply with the 10 stipulations that the planning commission added to the contract and any others that the city council may want to add. Make them show you the revised drawings and the revised construction specifications. Especially take a look at the parking and the traffic plan, the lack of Victorian facade, and no plan to save the original Carlson School, not by reuse or a plan to move the building. I'm sorry if this causes issues for the developer's financing, but this should have come before both of these boards much earlier so that there would have been time to show how they will comply with the 10 issues of concern that the planning commission has and any concerns you may have and few other concerns of the city will. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Candace Luco, welcome and thank you for being with us tonight.
Candace Lugo, 850 West Chicago Creek Road, Idaho Springs.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
Good. So my name is Candace Luco. I'm a lifelong resident of Idaho Springs, as well as a business owner and a property owner here for many, many years. I'm also the president of the Clear Creek County Library District and the president of Project Support. I want to make it really clear that I am not here tonight to express opinions for those boards. My opinions in no way represent either of these boards or the other members of the board. Growing up in Idaho Springs, I attended grade school and middle school at Carlson. It was built in 1937. It's been there for 89 years. I was a frequent user of our beloved Carnegie Library, which has also been there for 122 years. When I was a little kid, I ran across a book. It was a Guinness World Book of Records, and Idaho Springs was in there for 2 days. First, we were in there because we're the only place in the world where a river runs into a creek. So Fall River Road goes into Clear Creek. It's a source issue. The other thing we were noted for back then was that Idaho Springs was the narrowest city in the world, 3 blocks wide. At that time, there were 3 through streets in town. It was Virginia Street, Colorado Boulevard, and Minor Street. Over the years, Idaho Springs has expanded the city limits, and of course, with the advent of Safeway and the mall, we lost Minor Street as a through street, but we gained a freeway. That we could pass through town at 70 or by town at 70 miles an hour. Leaving Colorado Boulevard as the only viable through street in town. Why would I bring this up, you ask? I bring it up to challenge boilerplate traffic study that the consultant presented to the people of Idaho Springs. Boilerplate works fine in Denver Metro, the flatlands, or areas that are not so tightly constricted for space. This traffic study does not account for the substandard lane widths, visibility for assessing B1 through the street in town, or impacts to neighboring residents and functioning establishments. I believe this company just puts numbers into a free-to-use chart and doesn't account for the real geography of the region in question or the impacts of the neighboring properties. Does anybody want to give me a few minutes of their time?
Please do. Yeah,
Are you sorry? Okay, I'm gonna take Jeannie's time. Okay?
That'll be fine. Please continue.
Of the neighboring properties. With my volunteer work, or in other words, this traffic study to me. In my volunteer work at project support at the library, I use 13th and 14th afternoons, 6 or 7 days a week and multiple times a day. And it's just flat dangerous. It really is, going out on Colorado Boulevard. Speaking of neighboring properties, I'm not contesting the need for affordable housing in Clifford County. I applied both the Riverside or Riverbend project and Mitchell White for partnering with Housing, Urban and Development, or HUD, for creating actual low-income, government-subsidized housing in town, totally unlike the Field House for-profit project, which we were told would be affordable housing. But if you think the Carlson project will help local people in need of low-cost housing, I challenge you to understand the process used to place people in these low-cost units. I'm suggesting that the well-organized, well-funded organizations in the Denver metro area and around the country understand the rules and regulations for placement in HUD governmentally subsidized housing projects and have lists of applicants ready to flood the first development to be built. First piggy to the trough. So, unlike the local neighboring low-income senior housing project across the street, Project Support, which is truly a low-income project for our local seniors, who we can put the applicants above our city, we can use our city applicants, our county applicants above the HUD people. I mean, just not anybody can go there. We can at least say, look, let's have our locals in here first. Because we're not beholden to the government for money. In fact, Project Support, which celebrates 50 years of operation this year, receives 0 money from state, federal, or local sources. In closing, I would like to say that this project will probably be built, but I challenge you watching Zoom and those of you here tonight, if you don't like the direction your beloved community is heading, get off your couch and get involved. As Lisa said, get on the planning commission, get on the school board, the city council, and other of the numerous boards and advisory groups available to you. Work to change the code if you don't like it. So the next developer doesn't slip in and buy another block, maybe next to your house or your residence, and tear down another block of historic residence or building for another 3 stories.
Want new people.
Candace, thank you very much. And next up is Jacob Scott. Welcome, come on up.
Hello,
Name and address for the record.
Jacob Scott. I live on 27th Place, 104 27th Place.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Like I said, I live on 27th Place. I purchased my house with the CHAPA program, so I understand some of the needs there. I work in construction and specifically review multifamily plans a lot. So I reviewed all the documents and letters in the application materials. I want to just speak pretty quickly so that everybody's time. This is a temporary funding problem for the school that's going to have a permanent impact on our town. I don't understand how this can be approved without the final design being in place, even with the conditions listed. There's too many questions. There's better locations in town where there could be low-income housing on the east end of town, lots that are for sale right now. If we do approve, who approves the design changes and how do we hold the developer accountable? The wording should build upon and shall be designed. And the explanation in the application materials, the design language does not reflect a layperson's understanding of architecture and historic buildings that they see in town, despite what it may say about the facade being in and out, the size of the building, and the scale of the openings. It doesn't make sense to normal people. The parking study was not presented at the planning commission meeting, and that was a point of contention at the end of the long meeting. Everybody just wanted to go home at 9:30, and I predict this meeting will go longer than that. Strictly adhering to the code, the 165-foot length of the building is an exception to the code that says it should be 150 feet. So that's another point. If they concede the right of way and then the developer grants the library parking, they would not meet the parking requirements. There's a letter in the application materials that falsely represents the proximity to the high school, saying it's a few blocks away when it's not. It also relies on parking developments the town is pursuing that are not guaranteed to happen. Parking lots and transit hub that's going to be in that area. The housing is a poverty trap. If people go above the income, they have to move. It's not going to help seniors that have a nest egg but are on fixed income because they won't meet the asset requirement. And it's not going to help any of the seasonal workers that we rely on in town. The AMI that's over 100,000 does not reflect the area median income. He stated that it was the average median income. It's the area median income. It measures the greater Denver area and including Evergreen, which is very affluent. And it's not clear, if that's for individual or family combined. What happens if they exceed their utility allowance and the water restrictions? Everyone is very strongly concerned with. And the fee waivers, I think, are unreasonable, especially after raising taxes in our town. And to the audience, if you email CHAFA with your concerns, they may not approve the funding that.
Thank you.
Jacob, thank you very much. Next up, Don Tobin, welcome. Please come on up. Okay.
Name's Don Tobin, TOBIN. I reside at 416 Colorado Boulevard.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Fellow Mayor Hartman, members of the City Council, fellow citizens, and Mr. Richardson, thank you for your presentation. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this evening. Just as an aside, I I'm somewhat retired at my age, but I still work as an independent petroleum man and former managing editor of daily and local newspapers. My wife and I purchased an old house on Colorado Boulevard in January 2019. The place has the features of a late 19th century dwelling, but some of those features have been lost to renovation and so-called modern improvements. We restored the house to its original historic appearance, including removing metal siding down to the pine weatherboards, which were mostly in good condition. We rebuilt the front porch and made other changes to the dwelling in keeping with its original design. I tell you this because of my appreciation for 19th and early 20th century homes and buildings of the many kinds lining the streets of this community. One of the reasons we chose to purchase a home here was the town's historic character, much of which have been preserved. The proposed building plan for affordable housing units at the site of Carlson Elementary School is not embodied the historical architecture of this community. Nor does it conform with guidelines of the historic buffer zone in that part of the city. The location of the new apartment building will be within a long block, one of the entrances to the city, and provide a first impression of the town. Provisions relating to historic zone construction should be taken into consideration in the decisions made by the council. One representative of the developer told me in person, and I paraphrase his comment, that there's no reason to try to replicate any of the old buildings of Minor Street and side streets because the area is such a mismatch of architecture. I don't know why. I don't understand that. A good architect with imagination and ingenuity can design an apartment complex with authentic historic features resembling the styles of the many buildings of the downtown area and include modern interior features. That should not be too difficult to achieve. Can you answer that? We citizens of Idaho Springs can use the large city block bounded by Colorado Boulevard, Minor Street, 13th Street, and 14th Street for construction of an authentically historic building next to the old fire station and tower and the Carnegie Library. In my viewpoint, the construction of a cookie cutter, nondescript building resembling an interstate highway motel, such as the one being proposed, is not acceptable. And I ask that this Idaho Springs City Council delay the approval and permitting process for this project indefinitely until the current or other developer presents new plans more in keeping with the character of our town. Excuse me. My position is to support affordable and market price housing projects and for the Clear Creek County School District to sell the Carlson property for whatever millions of dollars can be made in the sale to be spent and invested for future use in operating county's educational institutions and programs. A vote to approve the current plan is to ignore the beautiful historical features of this community. Yes. A vote to suspend and delay the approval process, as difficult as that may be for all of you sitting up there, will provide an opportunity for a new building to be designed with very special architectural features that will speak clearly about the values of this historic mining town. Please consider this very carefully when you vote, as the outcome will remain in place for many decades. Thank you.
Done, thank you. Next up, we have Paul Stephenson. Please come on up. I'm sorry?
I'm gonna pass.
Okay, thank you, sir. Kim Steele, please come on up.
I'm giving my minutes to Drew.
Oh, all right. Okay, well, Drew, welcome.
Because
And,
I'm worried.
Casey, I've been on Facebook lately.
I am grateful for you all indulging me on Facebook.
Name and address for the record.
Drew Van Doren, 1414 Wall Street.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Like most people here tonight, I believe Idaho Springs needs housing that people can afford. This is not a debate about whether affordable housing matters. It absolutely does to each and every one of us. This is a hearing about whether this project on this property in this form is the right answer. My biggest concern is that you all are being asked to approve a final development plan, FDP, for a plan that's not final, as was admitted by the developer on Thursday and is evidenced by the quick change AI drawings that were generated this week. As I understand it, the city council is here to protect our community. You're not here to protect the developer in gaining their LIHTC credits. You're certainly not here to make up for the shortfalls of the school district. Tonight, you are being asked to make a decision that will shape this historic buffer zone neighborhood for generations. Once this project is built, there is no undo button. Traffic, parking shortages, the building size, which is not compliance, and the neighborhood aesthetics impacts, such as the period of significance and character of our mountain town, they become permanent. Every time residents or planning commission identify a problem, we've been told, we'll adjust it, we'll tweak it, we'll work that out later. But the changes agreed to are not substantial. They are landscape alternatives, which I imagine going away due to cost. If you've seen the pictures and if you've ever landscaped anything, those are impractical at best. Color, material changes, and agreements to add some brick. A week ago, it was, we could make the sign out of brick, maybe. And adding metal and siding instead of being all stucco. It's still a 3-story contemporary building that does not meet the code's desire for new developments to support the historic district itself. But unfortunately, that's not exactly the entire problem. The people of Idaho Springs and the city council deserve to evaluate the project that will actually be built, not a moving AI target that changes whenever another concern is raised. If the plans aren't finished, then the process isn't finished. Parking is just one issue. After the 5 spaces that Libby told me that she needs for her staff, and he promised parking for the staff, but he didn't mention a number. Libby needs 5. I'm on the Frontal Library Board. There are only 75 parking spaces left, not the required 79. Of those, 7 of those are ADA spaces, which leave even fewer regular spots for residents and their guests. This presumes that at least 7 of those main floor units have people living in them that, I can continue, yes, that will require those spots. 2 of them are handicapped accessible, so hopefully no more than 2 people need the van space. The fact that the developer is asking for waivers from you in the next agenda item to, I believe, the tune of $200,000 tells me that their budget is way too tight to add brick, to add landscaping, to accommodate all the requests that planning commission so wisely put into their requirements. And under the CHAFA occupancy rules, this development could legally house enough adults to generate as many as 210 vehicles, not including guests. I did the math based on CHAFA regulations. Will that happen? Probably not. But I don't think our responsibility is to plan for a best case scenario. It is to protect our community from the consequences of the worst reasonable scenario. If there aren't enough parking spaces, those cars, They don't simply disappear. Even if the manager says you can only have 1 car per unit, they just overflow onto our surrounding residential streets. They compete with vehicles belonging to families who already live here. They make it harder for neighbors, visitors, library patrons, pedestrians, and also for our emergency responders who already do the best they can in not ideal circumstances. Parking is not, surprisingly, actually my greatest concern, nor are the aesthetics of the building, though I do feel that it is also highly problematic in this historic buffer zone. Traffic is my biggest concern. Anyone who lives here knows what summer weekends look like. We know what winter ski traffic looks like. We know what happened when the mountain bikers flooded in and when people come in to fill up our downtown for the wonderful festivals that we have. Now imagine adding dozens of additional daily trips into an area that is already stressed. A full analysis of 13th and 14th Avenue traffic needs to be completed. They're proposing traffic reconfiguration in this key city block. The neighborhood simply wasn't designed for that level of intensity. And very importantly, the traffic study provided doesn't appear to be a full study of the streets around the project at all, but is simply a report of the historic numbers of people dropping off their kids at Carlson. At the very least, a full traffic study should take place before this project would ever be approved to move forward. And it's not just about inconvenience, it's about quality of life and safety and so many things that other people have even more eloquently said. It also concerns me, as I believe Jacob said, that the housing will not actually meet the needs of seniors if you have more than $50,000 in assets. I'm sorry, can I wrap it up?
If you can
I'll
wrap,
make it
sure,
real short.
sure, go ahead.
So one of the things that would be wonderful is if our seniors who live in very difficult large homes could sell their home and move into a nice place that's easy to take care of here in town. But if you are, that's not assisted living. A lot of people don't need it. My mother lived alone until she was 93 and a half. But if you sell your home and you have more than $50,000 in assets, you don't qualify for these. If you're a seasonal worker and you don't need a 12-month lease, you don't qualify for these. If you are a young person who does qualify and maybe gets a raise or maybe takes on another job to make ends meet, and all of a sudden you make $10 more, they kick you out. To where? They don't care. After more than a year of planning, this should be a final development plan. It should have a full traffic study. The decisions that you guys make tonight will shape Idaho Springs for as long as this project stands. Please make sure our community is presented a project that meets the requirements that protect our way of life and surrounding environment, and then you will have gotten this one right. And if they do give the library staff 5 spaces, they no longer, and even if they do cede the right of way, they drop below the 1.5 parking space per whatever.
Well, Drew, thank you very
Sorry.
much. Next up is Norm Kramer. Norm, welcome, and thank you for coming out tonight.
Thank you. Hey, Norm Kramer, 1320 Colorado Boulevard.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you.
I think is obvious from the testimony tonight, this is the wrong type of plan for this site. Simply put, we have a beautiful, unique downtown. It defines our city. To put this directly across the street from the senior center, surrounding the historic Carnegie Library, a high density plan would totally dominate, overwhelm our gateway to this historic city. We don't need another field house development, which would be the first thing people see. The field house, by the way, remains under 40% rented as far as need for housing. Code mandates that the council should build upon and support the features of the historic district. I think that's mandated. That should be what happens. We can do better. You don't have to accept every proposal that comes down the pipe. You have the responsibility to preserve our town, to make it consistent. Please do the right thing. Once you let our heritage go, it's gone. It cannot come back. Thank you very much.
Norm, thank you. Next up is Tim Hicks.
Very good.
Tim, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Mayor. Tim Hicks, 1528 Wall Street.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Excellent, thank you.
I don't have prepared remarks, so this should be pretty short. Mayor, City Council, I'm here to voice my opposition for the project like so many other people here. My reasons include much the same as that you've heard so far. This is a unique property and it's a showcase one at the entrance to the city. And whatever decision is made here tonight relative to its use is going to impact the community for years to come. So I'd advise the City Council to demonstrate some care with your decision and how you go forward with this. At this point, as far as I can determine, you've been given at least 2 defensible reasons to say no to this project. And then certainly we've got a lot of speakers here, all of whom it seems are, pushing the same direction. So please keep that in mind as you take a look at this project and you ultimately cast your vote. That's all I have.
Tim, thank you very much. Kristen Hawkins, please come on. Thank you for coming out tonight.
Christian Gray Hopkins, I lived at 412 Colorado Boulevard.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you.
I'm gonna try to read quick. I came back early from a trip visiting family in Montana for this, so I wouldn't need to be remote after watching the planning meeting this week. Spoke last week, so some of my comments may be familiar to those who've heard me speak. I have family history in this area going back to the 70s, but I myself grew up in a neighborhood in Denver, an old one, which has been redeveloped to the extent that I can no longer afford it. As I get disoriented when I go there because so many of the landmarks I knew were gone, and because of so many of the people's houses that I knew were gone along with those people. Consider myself somewhat a refugee of over and irresponsible development. It would be easy to be in my position and say that I'm against all development, but I'm actually not. I'm extremely supportive of responsible development as approached well. This is not bad. I'm very disappointed in the school district for putting the town in this position repeatedly by having opaque processes surrounding the repeated sales of large properties in the center of Idaho Springs to developers that the community does not support. A big deal was made last week of the design code use of the word should rather than shall in regards to new development matching the appearance of buildings in the historic district. If a directive could be ignored entirely because it uses the word should, then there would be no point in creating the rules in the first place. This proposed development does not fit the Minor Street Historic District in the straight scale. Proposed building looks just like the developers' other projects across the country, which are not built in small historic towns. The shape and scale are not appropriate because 3-story exterior walk-up apartments are a modern convention. There are no 3-story buildings currently on Minor Street other than the things that were just built. And personally, I'm personally disgusted by the idea of a cheap-looking structure becoming by far the largest and most prominent building on Minor Street. The finishes and execution on a fundamentally ill-fitting building cannot make it fit. And the proposed party board siding is not a historic finish seen elsewhere in the district. What I would have liked to have seen and what I would still like to see
is a proposal for the development that incorporates and reuses the existing 90-year-old building in a significant way. Again, this is a shame on the school district and school board for treating Idaho Springs resources as if they're collectively about to cash out and skip town without regard for how it affects us. This method of redevelopment would accomplish having a brick building would de facto fit the historic district and is being done across the country, including in our own county, see the old school and empire. This would also reflect Idaho Springs' identity as a resourceful community that finds creative ways to reuse things. I'm pretty sure 3/4 of the people here have a stack of wood salvaged from somewhere on their property, just in case they need it. Why should we do modifications to our town not respect our spirit? Idaho Springs is the most amazing place I've ever lived, rough edges and all. We need affordable housing, but we also deserve ideas that accomplish it without needing to permanently deface the economic center of our very small town.
Thank you very much. Lily, you're up next. And welcome. Oh, I am sorry, Lily Williams.
Hi.
Lily Williams up next.
That never happened. Sorry, I still was making stuff up. Okay, Lily Williams, 412 Colorado Boulevard.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, so I taught in that building. I teach art at Carlson. I'm here obviously as a private citizen, but I have experience in that building as a teacher. And I just want to point out first that if we look to our neighboring towns, we know that there is nothing that kills a town faster than ruining the vibe. And this is a terrible vibe. So to build a huge mass market, could be in any suburb or city America development in the middle of this beautiful, idyllic, historic town is a travesty. Idaho Springs isn't a mass market town, and the people who live here are not mass market people. This town is beautiful, historic, and creative like the people that live here. There's so many cool examples of old schools being turned into affordable housing in a fun way that captures the soul of an environment, including an empire and one plus history. There is a perfectly useful historic building that can be re-envisioned and reimagined in a creative and cool way that says something about this town and the history of the people who have lived here. We also don't need to put an entire building in a landfill to replace it with some new build plastic particle board building that has no soul, no character, says nothing, and will certainly be more stripped back and boring by the time it goes in. The issue is what is promised versus what is delivered, and I guess I would personally implore the council to remember that the cost will always be used to justify excuses and not meeting expectations. We saw this happen at the field house, which I would like to remind everyone was supposed to have affordable housing units, be zero-scape, have a playground, and have a community garden. It has sod. I was at those meetings too, and I also said the same thing there. For many, this building is the first impression of Idaho Springs. We have one shot to get it right for the generation of people who visit and live here, and I worry about how this will affect people's willingness to visit Main Street. I would love, like I said, a period-accurate complementary building that repurposes Old Carlson and the history of the people and the soul of this town. We do need affordable housing here in Clear Creek County. That is obvious, and like many people here, I am very pro that, and I love the fact that we do have affordable housing in this town in what we do have at this point. But affordable housing doesn't need to be uninspired. And frankly, everyone deserves beautiful places to live, even low income. And I don't think that this honors that. I think this gives them a yucky place to live. I think that the housing should fit the community it's placed in. So if we want to build affordable housing, we need to build affordable housing that looks and honors the soul of the place that it's in. I also have questions personally about how the accessibility is going to be designed and how the ADA features are going to be incorporated specifically. That is the wheelchair accessible stride of the street, and my concerns is the snow removal and also the ice removal with the fact that that is a 3-story building, which will cast a shadow. And if we are not
very strict on the fact that people need to shovel that walkway. We will not be able to get wheelchairs through that area, which is going to be a huge issue for people on my side of town, coming into town, who walk or have mobility needs. Okay, just one thing, which is Idaho Springs. In Idaho Springs, we have a gift of place, and this project is not a gift of place.
Lily, thank you. Libby, welcome. Thank you for coming in tonight.
3688 Fall River Road, in Kaplan. You're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear, thank you, wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate people that serve on boards, and I'm Libby. I'm the library director. I work at 219 14th Avenue. And I just wanted to remind the council that in 2024, 2 years ago, the constituents that I work for, all of you guys that have wonderfully said wonderful things about what we need in that space. And maybe this project isn't that, but this will impact library services. In 2024, you all voted for library services at 63%, a tax increase to have us support you. And it's getting really hard to support you with parking issues. And we want to serve our community that's here. The community wants to be served, but you have folks going to the Georgetown Library that live in Idaho Springs because they can park and spend 6 hours at the library on a business meeting, or doing their research, or reading to their kiddos and playing in the kids area. This is not how I want to serve Idaho Springs patrons. I want to be there for you. I'm here to speak up about how this will hinder library services. I was here last Monday. I was also here at the meetings for the Carlson building a year ago with the school district, speaking up about what fits into library services. On Monday was the first time I heard they were taking our staff parking away, and possibly we will get it in a gated community where we can't move our supplies through the gate. I don't know how that works. I don't even know legally if the easement is ours with our maintenance agreement with the city that owns that building, if they can take away the parking spots. It would have been nice to have the opportunity to discuss this since it's been on the board 18 months. I have been attending some of the meetings. I have to attend the meeting for the building itself. But I think if the city requires all businesses to have a certain amount of parking, they should do the same for their buildings they own, which is the library space. And our patrons need to use that. We have moms with strollers now that Carlson, because they're not coming right after school because Carlson moved up to 103. And so I need every parking spot that I can get. I don't need to be fighting with residents. I am pro removing barriers. I just don't think the space can facilitate. If you have been down there on a Friday or Saturday, it takes about 15 minutes to even get to a spot. And then you're going around the block, and then I-70 gets closed, and then it's even worse. And this is not how we should serve our community, who deserves wonderful cultural events, and inviting people in for, we feel like the library is a good welcome center for tourism for the library, and we would like to keep the same with that block. Thank you for the time.
Libby, thank you. We've got Jenna up next. Jenna, welcome. Thank you for coming in.
Jenna Billig, 904 Minor.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, thank you. And my printer is junk, so I'm another person going off my phone. So I live at 904 Minor Street, and I previously lived on the Carlson Elementary blocks. I am here to express deep concern and real frustration about the proposed apartment development at the former Carlson Elementary site. My opposition, like many of you here tonight, is not about housing. Housing is not the problem. Affordable housing is not the problem, but Idaho Springs needs thoughtful housing solutions, creative solutions for creative problems. And we shouldn't be accepting a quick sell-off to developers who are not invested in the long-term success, character, or stability of this town. The site is one of the most visible gateways into Idaho Springs, carrying the Carlson name, honoring Margaret Carlson and her lifelong dedication to shaping children in the community. It sits within the 2-block historic buffer zone as outlined in section 21-105 of the Idaho Springs Municipal Code, and shares a block with a Carnegie Library built in 1903 and a historic Coe's House, both deemed historic sites by the city. Whatever is built here will define the entrance to town for generations. This deserves more than a cookie cutter apartment complex that ignores the characters and buffer zones and our small town identity. I grew up in cookie cutter housing. I love my 1890s house right now. Idaho Springs struggles with parking, especially around the 13th to 15th blocks of Colorado. I know this personally from when I lived on that block. And as a flight nurse coming home at 4:30 in the morning after tending to our community, I frequently was unable to park on the block where I lived and would walk a block down the road at 4:30 in the morning with my backpack. That's fine because I feel this is a safe community. Adding dense housing with less than 1.5 spaces per unit while allowing 2 people per bedroom is not a realistic plan. It's going to push overflow into surrounding neighborhoods and add strain to roadways that already show congestion. At least once a week, I am either involved or witness to close call car accidents of people turning off 14th onto Colorado. So the traffic study that was performed is not realistic to what is occurring now without active school or apartments. We are told projects like this are necessary because we rely on seasonal workers, yet seasonal workers, as mentioned tonight, will not qualify for these. Same thing with any seniors who are selling their homes that we know have gone up in value, no longer will qualify for these if they get more than $50,000 on their house. So there we go. If this development does not serve the workforce that keeps Clear Creek afloat, then we need to stop pretending. Continuing to throw up apartments onto every available piece of land is not a housing strategy, it's a Band-Aid on a much larger affordability crisis. This focuses entirely on rental housing, and this is where, again, potential creative solutions. Instead of creating a pathway to ownership and long-term community investment, have we ever explored deed-restricted townhomes, condos, or similar ownership opportunities that allow residents to build equity, establish roots, and become permanent members of Idaho Springs versus the transient structure we appear to be trying to build? Almost done there, guys. Homeownership strengthens neighborhoods, creates stability, encourages civic engagements, and help families invest in town for the long term. Another project centered only on rental units does not satisfy that. I remain concerned moving forward with a major apartment project. While there are still questions about occupancy demand and the performance of new multifamily housing that was poorly planned and struggled to rent, and now I live directly across from that. I'll tell you right now, buying automatic blinds for your front windows to now stare at windows is really a joy. We should ask whether this property's highest and best use is truly more apartments, more congestion, and more damage to the beauty and legacy of our historic district. The Carlson School site is a rare and meaningful opportunity, and you guys at council here, thank you for the one chance to get this right. One chance to show the members of the community that you care and you value this. I urge the council to pause, reconsider, and pursue a plan that builds on the character and the people here in this room of Idaho Springs. And I thank you for your time, but we can really do that.
Thank you, Jenna. Next up, Bonnie Reiner, welcome.
Bonnie Reiner, 222 10th Avenue. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help me God. Thank you. Why the fast tracking before the field house is filled up and issues develop around that area? They want to push this through before we're aware of what kind of problems we're going to have with the field house. That's concerning. Field house required, I guess, 120 water taps. They're going to require 50 water taps, and we're in a water shortage. Where are we getting all this water from? The other question I have about that is, what is the, I don't understand the utilities and the $90 something or other.
Does that mean that they don't have to pay the utilities because that comes off of their rent? And does that mean that the community will be subsidizing their utilities? My water bill is $200 every 2 months. I don't know what anybody else pays. I live by myself. It's not like I shower 24 hours a day, but that's $200. And they have a $90 a month allotment that they don't have to pay. Somebody's gonna pay it. What happens with I didn't see any elevation pictures, renderings of what the two buildings will look like from Miners Street. I only see separate elevations. How much of the 35-foot building on Colorado Boulevard is going to be visible to people entering the community? And what is that going to look like? You can see the backside of the building that's up there, shading Colorado Boulevard so that you have ice and those other kind of issues. For many years, I believe Idaho Springs had a moratorium on water taps. And people were not able to build anything different or add an apartment because of that moratorium. Now we have a water shortage and there's no moratorium on building. I would really like to see the outcome from the Fieldhouse apartments be evaluated before we institute another apartment unit. We don't know what kind of problems there's going to develop besides the traffic, the parking, the extra water. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Bonnie, thank you. And Lily Jaeger, I owe you an apology for the confusion earlier, but thank you. And please come on up. I don't believe there's a date on there, but I would say late 1860s, early 1870s.
Sooner than that, that's for sure. Now, I realize I should have put in my legal name, Elizabeth Jaeger, but I do go by Lily and yeah. And legal name. Elizabeth Jaeger, 1739 Virginia Street.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So Elton James Underwood. I am Elizabeth Lily Jaeger. I work for the Idaho Springs Historical Society, but I'm not speaking for them tonight. I'm simply speaking as a very passionate, as anybody who has gotten into the Historical Society and heard my spiels and how I can go on for hours about the history of this town, a very passionate citizen and a very passionate fan of history. Now, I work at my favorite place in the entire world, where I work, my absolute dream job that I have been lucky enough to occur is at the Underhill Museum. And for the majority of the time that my favorite part of the week is working in the same room that I'm 90% sure map was drawn in. The house was built in 1912 and was the absolute flagship of historic preservation in our town. In 1964, Lucy Underhill moved down to Denver and didn't want to see her house become a tavern and redeveloped it to something she didn't want to see. So she insisted that it did not do so. She donated it to the library of understanding, whatever you want, with the exception of a tavern. And thus, oops, we have a historical society. And I am less than a block than Carlson Elementary. Now, at the time that the Underhill house became the Underhill Museum, it was only 52 years old. Carlson is 89 years old this year, and I am absolutely flabbergasted and a little bit disgusted that it does not hold a historic preservation a marker and or the honors therein. When I first heard that they were going to turn it into the apartments, I thought for sure it would be all of Johnson and Wales, which I'm hearing great things from. So at the same time, looking in this room, in this community, noting that this is only an iota of our population, if the whole town wanted to pull out for a meeting like this, we would never fit in the world. You know what place would fit? The gymnasium of what was Carlson. And once upon a time, this was an elementary school, and why the heck not? What was originally a high school that turned into an elementary school,
and then what was a high school that turned into an elementary school, why not just continue the progress they're in and maybe think of other uses, community centers, the cramped space in here. Heaven means that my absolute dream would be to move the historical society over there so we can really expand. And then I'd be really, really happy. I was born in Boulder. I grew up in Arvada. I have seen the development, and I've seen development do well in Arvada. I've seen Arvada development do bad in Arvada. My father was a teacher at Lawrence Elementary for 20 years, and they took a historic building and redid it with love and care and passion. And what was a AI chatbot will not be able to understand our personality, our funk, for goodness sake. When comparing us to Estes Park, as people call it, the visitor center, compare yourself to Estes. If there's strawberry ice cream, because they were always on the uptown, we're rocky road, a little bit more rough, a little bit more humble, a little bit more texture. And an AI chatbot can never, ever copy what we are as a community. When I was 5 years old, apparently I declared to my father that I was gonna live up here, and luckily enough, I am. But unfortunately, with the rise of pricing, we are only able to afford to live with his family. And if he somehow came up with his rights to, move on and kick me on out, I would be absolutely homeless. And the death of a dream would occur. The best thing that I could ever wish for would be if the Historical Society would let me set up a tent in the basement of the Underhill. Affordable housing is a very, very deep need in this community. This is not the option to go with.
Well said.
Lovely, thank you. Next up, Richard, from 1734 Virginia Street. 39? Sorry.
Same address.
Hey, welcome.
Richard Jaeger, 1739 Virginia Street.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you.
I suppose the first issue is with the look of the building, because I think it's terribly ugly. I would think it's too terribly ugly for a placement of a warehouse on South Broadway in Denver. And I really don't think that it's appropriate here. Like, I really don't understand the 3 material shipping containers thrown out of a box on top of one of them. Why it is that we can't have a brick facade, right? And what are we doing with all the brick from Carlson? Is that going to go into a landfill so that the developer can then be like, oh, brick is too expensive, wham, wham, wham. I think it's a little ridiculous. It's where we come into town. It is where people come off of the highway. It's very much, it should look like a Victorian building, and that's not hard to do. We can do things to make things look old, and there's a very good reason to do that. And there's no reason that we can't have a 1-3-story Victorian, supposedly Victorian, structure in town on 13th. I'm all for affordable housing. I'm very looking forward to every single trailer park in this town being turned into a gigantic apartment complex. Those are the places, that's where it should be. I was so happy to see the riverfront cap, because that was the worst apartment complex. I'll be so happy to see when they build an apartment complex behind the JC Suites over there on the east end of town, because slumlords abound. Parking is obviously a great big issue. That you expect that people are going to leave this property via what is an alleyway onto what is already an incredibly busy road. It's just going to be unrealistic. Parking for people is going to end up with 600 cars or something, because we all know that every single person that lives in this apartment building is going to own a car. We live in a place where you can have a $500 car. My wife and I drive around a $1,000 Subaru from 2003, and it works great. And we haven't, but it was a $1,000 car, and you can pick those up anywhere. I could buy myself 3 new cars today in Georgetown, between here and Georgetown, if I wanted to. I suppose the other issue is, I wanted to mention the front, right? That's a little bit of a local, fondness kind of thing. I went to Carlson Elementary. The lawn is a spot. It's a good spot. It's a good spot to take your friends. It's a good spot to get in your first fight in. It's a good spot to have a picnic, right? We go in front. We have this nice spot in front of the fire station now,
And now that's going to be entirely overshadowed by this apartment complex with people parking their cars in front of the fire station probably. I suppose the other issue is that just the ridiculousness of this, the statement for the wages, right? And how you are not allowed to own anything if you're here, and it's not really for anyone who's temporary. And so it's really just going to be for people who want to move here, who would like to ideally live here and don't know that it's a bad deal. Very much like the $2,000 a month house across the street from me, where nobody has moved into it for months and months because $2,400 is a bad deal for a Victorian 2-bedroom, right? It's affordable isn't really affordable. So that's basically all I have to say about it.
Richard, thank you. Next up, Dan Delps, welcome.
Delps, 1244 Colorado Boulevard.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
We agree. We live here 50 years. That's greatest in the building. All right, Carlson, can you hear me?
No.
That's amazing. I said I talked you out. I don't know where to start. One thing, I guess I'm gonna try and raise the hands of anybody who is opposed to the overall proposal here. And I'm not gonna ask for other opinions, well, we'll listen to it. I'm usually not at a loss for words, but I turned 85 yesterday. A little brain fog. The words don't come out as fast as the mind races. I lost sleep over that. We live in the same house, catty corner from 1244 Colorado Boulevard. Next to George's, across the street from George's, across the street from Know. I've lost sleep worse than that. My wife has cried about this. And when mom ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. I don't know where to go. There's so many, I've got 2 pages of notes here. And I don't want to bore you all with too much information. Oh, we have the nicest porch in town. We're going to lose. We've got a great system. We are going to lose. We're all going to lose value to our real estate, our property, because this project will be valued everybody's. And it's not about the money. It is about the money, all about the quality of money. When I hear tax credits, I think fat cats are making a lot of money working the system. I'm a recovering realtor, recovering county planning commissioner. I'm scared to death the legacy we're going to leave for this community. You're all invited to come to our house and sit on the porch and get a different vision. So 44, we got a lot of license plates hanging over there. Thanks for ringing. I'm done.
Hey, Dan, thank you very much. George Marlin, please come on in. It's good to have you.
George Marlin, 1302 Colorado.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. I'm speaking to you tonight as one member of the community who lives directly across the street from Old Carlson. If this project is approved, I will endure a loud construction project. And I will welcome 50 new families into the neighborhood, some with a permanent view through my windows. My life will change a bit. My view and convenience will be impacted. I might even have to lower the price on the apartment in there. These things matter to me, but not as much as another essential characteristic of this town. It's people and its culture. Going all the way back to the mining days, this has been a community by the people who work it, for the people who work it. I was born and raised in Idaho Springs by a line cook and a preschool teacher and were able to buy a house. That doesn't happen today. Housing was one of the few things that was stable in my life. I benefited from that stability, as did many other children that I was raised with in a school system that was full. I have the pleasure of having 3 of my former educators as neighbors. They've lived there since I can remember. When I had hard times, my teachers knew my family and worked to help me overcome those obstacles, a direct consequence of the fact they were able to live. As young adults, my wife and I both worked in the service industry. We paid $850 for a 2-bedroom apartment just 15 years ago. That's how we were able to save up for a down payment, eventually being lucky enough to qualify us for the house that we love owning today. Affordable rents were one of the most important rungs on that ladder that I climbed into that house. And the data about our community matches our eye test. My story doesn't happen. 75% of the people who have jobs in Clear Creek County do not live here. They are raising their families somewhere else. This essential element of Idaho Springs that I benefited from is all but gone. But Riverbend shows what's possible. A single mother of 3 who volunteers in the community was able to move back to this town because council voted to approve that project. Her name is Halima Murns. And it is not enough. Just another family moved out, citing the high cost of living. Someone that we all know, that we all went to party with at Georgetown this year. The fact we're lumped in with Denver MSA is not a problem for affordable housing. It simply lowers the target price from 80 to 120 AMI that they're looking for in Summit to the 30-60 range that is in our needs assessments and is being proposed today. CHAFA funded affordable housing works. I wasn't here to weigh in on the field house apartments because it was not that. We all could have predicted that the pricing that they were talking about is not what was going to work out because they weren't promising it in writing and legally binding writing the way that this affordable housing development will. So council, I respectfully encourage you to put conditions on this proposal that address the architectural concerns and the other concerns you're hearing today and approve it. Because it is the best fit for the workforce of this community that I've seen in my lifetime. $975 for a 2-bedroom apartment is how we preserve our community. I encourage you not to think that way. Thank you.
George, thank you. Next up, and this is the last one I have in person, is Andy from 48 Wheelhaven Road. Oh, okay. Is there anyone else who believes they had, oh, yes, sir. Or ma'am, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
put my name.
Oh, yeah, please, welcome and come on up. Sorry, I didn't realize we had a third page here.
I'm Holly Crystal. I'm at 1334 Judith Street. I have that row, it's an 1800 Victorian house. Yes, I do.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So I lived with my husband in an 1800s Victorian house that I feel honored and privileged. I mean, it's just beautiful. That's one of the things I love about this community. I'm not going to share how many cars my husband has. It's a secret problem for him. He did build his own space where we're not taking up you know, but I just want you to know there's people like him that are out there that are gonna buy lots of cars. Anyway, that being said, this has been extremely eye-opening. If this is not an example, how everybody in this community needs to start participating in these meetings, including myself, to understand how codes are developed, how zoning happens, how development happens. We all have to get educated on it. I just had to do some chat GPT and kind of learn some things myself. So first and foremost, my opinion is the codes and the zoning absolutely need to change. We need to understand what the codes and the zonings are and what are the consequences. For example, and I didn't even think about this until I went to the meeting over at the school the other day. We were driving home, and the one thing that I absolutely love about this community, there's something it does to my heart and soul. When I come off the freeway and I drive home, and right when I come off the freeway, I see that line of Victorian homes, right? You know, we talk about how we're trying to keep the historical view or the historical feel. But one thing I thought about when we were driving home from the school the other day, you build another story, I'm not gonna see those Victorians. And so if we're gonna start thinking about maintaining the historical feel of the architecture and all of that, we need to think about the views, okay? We need to think about those 1800 Victorians that when people drive off the freeway or driving past, that they see. If we have zoning that allows our community to now build 3 stories up where I don't know, I'm thinking we're gonna impact the view. And the problem is we're not gonna realize it until it's too late. Similar when I drove down Jenna Street, it wasn't until I drove down Jenna Street and saw visually what happened that I was like, holy smokes. Okay, so first and foremost, I think people really need to take into consideration how is building 3 stories going to impact what you're gonna see when you drive. Are you gonna be able to see the Victorians anymore? And that is such a huge asset of our community. Our architecture, what people see, it's such a heartbeat of our community that for me, I will be genuinely sad. And every single day when I'm driving home or walking and I can't see those Victorians anymore, it's gonna be very sad. And I'm sure a lot of people in this community. I think that the main thing we need to do is the question, at what cost? At what cost? So when it's time for you to place your votes, I would just ask you to ask yourself at what cost, because the decision you make tonight is going to shape this community for generations to come. And it matters, and it's important, and it's significant, and it really means something. So I would just ask all of you to just ask that question at what cost. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and I don't want to shortchange anybody. Was there anyone else that wanted, Jan? Yeah, please, come on up.
Been sitting too long. Jan Boland, 175 Divide Drive, Idaho.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay. I'm Jan. I'm president of the Historical Society of Idaho Springs. I spoke at the last meeting also. I'm very concerned. We have a beautiful community. Thank you to City Council. You have a terrible job, a big decision here that's going to affect our community from now on. We're a very historic town. We started the gold rush here in Idaho Springs in 1859. That's why all of our buildings are old, and that's why we're all here. We're keeping them up, taking care of the community. Thank you, everyone, for appearing here, for getting up and expressing your opinions. I second the motion on all of the folks that were brave enough to stand up here and talk. I'm very concerned. You're admitting that a fence is necessary to, quote, protect the people that are going to be moving here. What about those of us who live here? I can't see a family living on that corner. It is the busiest corner. CDOT directs you into Highway 103, the exit that pertains to this property. I graduated high school, and so did my husband, from that building. There are architectural features that can be incorporated and built over and around that building. I'm for development, but I'm not for this development. That's plain and clear. The tax credits, yes, they're totally important to the builder. We had a meeting originally at Carlson. The community came together and said what they wanted. And it was, we were willing to and want some retail underneath, affordable housing on top, but affordable retail, I think, doesn't bring tax credits. Is that correct? Okay, so the premise of this company is totally affordable housing so they can get all those tax credits, which is going to, the state and the feds are going to change our community for, as they say, generations to come. I'm opposed to it. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you. And was there anyone else
Would like to, Mayor.
present? Yes, please come on up.
Hi, I'm Lainey Sirach, 1250 Warren Gulch Road. I am an architectural engineer. Oh,
I'm sorry, can you say your last name for me again?
Sirach, it's Serachch.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Excellent, thank you.
I am the architectural intern here in Idaho Springs. I look at architecture all the time. I am currently building something in Georgetown, and I assure you that I am putting this rendering into positions where you are seeing the view in the background. You are seeing it the way you would see it from the street. If you are driving down the road, you're gonna see it the same way you're going to see it the way I'm submitting it to planning commission. I don't think that AI is a good use for this. I think that if you are an architect, you should be doing it yourself. Though it is very complicated to do, and I know that it is, I was doing it today. I think that it does need to be done yourself. That's just the way of architecture. Continuing on the architecture route, in the Idaho Springs website historical preservation page, it does state that this area is a collection of 1- and 2-story brick and pew frame buildings. Only a few clapboard structures survive from the early commercial district, which was composed mostly of false fronted wood frame buildings. The brick commercial buildings, which form the core of the district, came into being between 1877 and 1920 and reflect the vernacular late Victorian, early 20th century commercial architecture typical of that period. This building does not. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else present? Oh, please come on in.
Chad Miller, 34 Virginia Street.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it is. Just to the council, to just throw another log on the fire here. I feel like the traffic study was flawed. It needs a closer inspection with that. I was just noticing over the past weekend, it was a very busy week in town. They had the bicycle race up to Blue Sky Mountain. And it's just, there's so much traffic. There's so little parking already that we need to pause and reevaluate this. The whatever the 1.5 or 1.78 spaces per apartment. I just don't think that's realistic. I think people are going to have visitors come over. There's just going to be probably double, maybe 3 times that. You did say the other day that you needed the fence because you did a study and there was we're a high crime area. You said that last week. And so it's just, are you being transparent or are you just trying to get your ball across the line? the architecture certainly doesn't fit in. I know everybody's kind of repeating when you say that. My ask to you tonight is just delay or deny this until we have some hard facts, that's a finalized plan that's amenable to the immediate area. And with the rendered drawing and the entrance and stuff, a little mining cart, maybe we should bring a dumpster over there and light it on fire, because I feel like this project is gonna be a dumpster fire.
Thank you very much. I'd like to go online after, just to make sure there's no one public comment here in a minute. But ma'am, did you also wish to speak?
If I can.
Please come on up.
Sorry. Eileen Wheelock, 100 East Sunny Avenue, Empire, Colorado.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for everyone being here tonight. I don't want to repeat what everybody said, but I agree with everyone here tonight on the scenarios of really, really horrible traffic in the area. Saturday afternoon down here is already clustered. You're talking about adding that many more people, less parking spaces to be had by residents, by tourists. I got to see who lived in my house that I grew up in tonight. I never knew her. Jenna, I'm Eileen. So I grew up at 904 Minor Street. My mother was born in the house next door. My mother was the first class to graduate from Carlson Elementary. So there's a lot of history here. I'm not the only family that carries it. There's also a lot of, good decisions and bad decisions that have been made over the decades here. You honor the history around here in pictures. I know it's a hard decision, but it's something that will be historical for all of you to make this decision tonight. I hope your heart leads you the right decision. If it means putting it off, put it off. Put it off, make your mind, make yourself feel whole about making a good decision tonight. It's not just for you, it's for the community and it's for years to come. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else present that would like to address council? If not, I'd like to check online, make sure we don't have anybody.
I don't currently have anyone raising their hand. I put in a couple notes in the chat.
Thank you, Dylan.
Don't see anyone.
Okay. Dan?
I'd like to be able to do, can I have your time, Paul? Some good news, St. Paul's Church is going to public parking, spread the word. They're accessible, close, and hopefully bring some money into not only the church, but the community. So this is the first relevant for this company with 700 to come do projects elsewhere in Colorado. I don't want to be the guinea pig on that. And yes, most of their developments are in places like Aurora, or New York City, or Chicago. Let's not get here. I'm all for affordable housing. We used to own 2 trailer parks. And I don't own them anymore. I'd like to see that the highest 35 feet. I want them to go beyond that, like the field house units, 4.5 stories of it. 35 feet is the highest. Somehow down there, the average garage is lower roof lines, right? Watch the mess on our intersection on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4th of July. It's a bust. And I'm a gated community, doesn't make sense. Well, I think we can repurpose somebody, I think we can repurpose Carlson and have a coffee shop in there, maybe Gosport, maybe have a laundromat. The gymnasium houses people when women's go breaks down. Repurpose some of those rooms into affordable apartments. And I'm all in favor of people owning real estate rather than renting. I'm a landlord and people feel. We're better off with people that own the property, not have some outstate investor making money. People who really using that money to buy a house rather than to say more, it'll be an Irish, okay. Have the right to remain silent. That'd be-
All right, Dan, thank you. Bill, and anybody show up online there? Okay. Anyone further?
I just have one quick comment. Dylan said the parking requirement 1.58 or whatever was from 15 years ago, and I believe the parking requirements would have changed in the past 15 years, so maybe take that into consideration.
All right, well, that will conclude, public comment. I'm going to, let Austin come back up. Austin, as is customary, you have an opportunity for rebuttal, against any of the testimony for or against. And, you have the last word.
Yeah, I don't have any further comment, but I can answer any, more questions or clarify anything.
Well, that's good. Council, any further questions for Austin? I'm sorry, it's just for council.
Or for staff.
Yes, for staff. Thank you very much.
In terms of the water, could Ed speak to that? Should I ask Ed, or is because he's not in this hearing? Can I not ask him? Okay, what do you make of the concerns about water usage?
The water usage?
Yeah.
The creek still supplies enough water that we could run the plant at maximum capacity right now. Who knows what's gonna happen next year? And we got rain.
Yeah.
Which is wonderful.
For 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are having a hard time with the water wheel. So the waterfall and the water wheel actually comes from up Soda Creek, not from the water plant.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. Anything further, for the applicant or, staff? All right. Austin, any final words? Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And, I would invite everybody to look around. You've got to think highly of your neighbors. You know, it's been a long night and nobody's leaving. So that's, well, I think we all appreciate that commitment.
I think they're waiting for the end of the movie.
Well, we're getting there. We are absolutely getting there. All right. Council, anything further before I close the hearing? Staff?
I just want to address one thing. I don't know who said it in the audience, but I did appreciate the comment. And so, it's not the residents' OIS's responsibility to clean up after the school district with a poorly planned and ill-fitting project. And I just wanted to say that, but we're in this position, council, planning commission is in this position because the ball was thrown down the road repeatedly, and you guys, we all did, because we all vote and we all pay taxes. We all said yes to the school district multiple times. And we are here now because they are desperate and they're gonna take the first project that comes their way that, by the way, is not even going to touch the amount of millions that they are in debt. So I just want to say that we need to put more focus on the school district and making sure that their leadership has better guidance, I guess. But anyway, that's the only comment that I want to make.
Better people.
Yeah. All right, if there's nothing further, I am going to close the hearing at 10:08. And we can start our deliberations. And
Can I ask like a process
sure,
question?
sure.
So if we were to continue it, could we continue it as such where then, like, all, they're not really conditions anymore? I don't know if they would call conditions, but they have to address all of those, come back with a revised plan.
Yeah, Janine, you actually beat me to it.
Okay.
Could I get a few minutes to just?
Yeah,
lay out
absolutely,
the
sure.
options?
Because I
Okay.
think there is a 30-day issue here.
There are, but I think you all have three perfectly acceptable and defensible options tonight. Number one, I think you could approve the application with the conditions in the staff report. And that would be a legally defensible decision according to the code. Number two, you could deny. And I will say, I really don't love the idea of a design aesthetic related denial, but I've written down a few bases for denial that I think are solid and more than defensible. Obviously, the parking issue, which was discussed at length, I think you're well within your right to deny based on the fact that the plans as submitted do not meet the parking requirements without requiring more. I think that's totally legitimate. I think there's also a denial that could be had. I'm just kind of giving all these conditions, but I think they could all be bundled up into one. A denial could be had based on the lack of a submission of a final landscaping plan. That's something that the code requires for full zoning/development review. I also think you could deny on the basis that the site plan is not totally complete based on what our code says. I'm looking at 21-93K. All of these denials are kind of built into those conditions, right? The conditions are hoping to alleviate the need for a denial to handle these things on the back end, as we know from past applications. But for example, the site plan one, that kind of gets bundled into condition 2, talking about those final civil plans, which some of those more final plans like are truly building permit issues and aren't at the zoning stage. But I do think that this 2193K site plan is a solid basis. In thinking about the vacation requirement, I would tell you that you couldn't deny because you don't want a fence on the property, of course. They're entitled to a fence. But I do note that the code, I'm looking at 21-210A, says that the fence has to be located within the property setback. My reading of the plans as submitted look as if the fence would be partially located in our right of way pending that vacation. So I think that that's also a solid basis for denial. There's other ticky-tack ones like the plan not showing fully that trash would be screened from view, but those things are usually things that are as conditions and handled on the back end. That is all to say that I think both options of approval and denial are defensible if you all just make the right findings during your deliberation. I also think the third option, Janine, of a continuance is also more than acceptable. And the way in which you presented, Janine, a continuance to receive revised plans, that is also acceptable. If the revised plans are not submitted, we'd come back here for the continued hearing date and you'd be back in this decision-making process and looking at the plans that you have in front of you. But I do think that you could continue to a date certain within the review window and request that plans be submitted that eliminate a substantial amount of the conditions that are proposed for approval. And for the timing aspect, Mayor, the statute says, Dylan informed me that we had 90 days, from, application being, and receipt of the application to making a final decision. You can extend that 30 more days. The end of the 90-day period looks like August 10th-ish. And then we'd have another 30 days, so you'd be looking at September 9th, which is helping us much because that's still the week of the first Monday of the month. I do note that the Dole website says that you can actually extend that 30-day period again, but I would be a bit hesitant to say to stack it on twice in the same meeting and go above that initial 30 days. So if you were to continue, it would be my recommendation that you either do August 10th, which I don't think you all would think is enough time, 2 weeks from tonight. You've of course got August 24th, which is a month, or you could all agree upon a special hearing date for that first or second week in September, sometime between September 1st and the 9th. And that's the end of my spiel for now. I'll listen for any other questions.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, appreciate it, Nick.
Mr. Mayor, if I may ask one clarification. Would the council need to take action to do that extension?
You just make a motion to continue, right?
Yeah, the motion to continue.
No, I'm sorry, the extension for time in the 90-day period under 1, 2, 3.
No, I think it would just be.
It just automatically trigger?
Yeah, I think it's automatically triggered.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
All right, council, your thoughts?
I guess
Jeremy?
I know what your thoughts are.
I was gonna make a motion.
Vacating the right of way causes a lot of issues behind the library. For like 12 different reasons in those two buildings. I don't think they can make the parking requirement without us vacating all that. And on top of that, what has never been discussed by him in the last 18 months is we're losing 4 additional spots on 14th. So we lose the spots where I don't hate parks. You know, I walk around town all the time. It's amazing when you see me walk around town all the time. So we lose those spots, and we lose the access behind the building, which I think is key for a couple of reasons. And then we lose all of our ability for 4 spots, rough math, is 48 feet on the plan, so 4 spots along 14th. And then on top of that, we've got a dumpster off of 14th that we have to turn a truck sideways into, which we're not gonna be able to do because the street isn't wide enough. Because people park on the other street, because people own a house there. And I think the traffic study, with that, doesn't take into account the traffic impacts from turning into a gated community off of 13th or 14th. Yes. And anybody's ever lived in one, those gates aren't fast, in case you're curious, they're really slow. So they're entitled to a fence and a gate, which is exactly right under thing, but they aren't entitled to cause a undue traffic issue because of their gate. And I don't think they accounted for that either. So whether it's denial and they come back with better plans, I don't really care either way, but I don't think vacating the right of way is the right decision in any way, shape, or form right there, at least on that end. The other section, it's a whole different conversation, but the library side, I think it needs to stay where it's at because it protects the building that's owned by the city. Both of those buildings which are owned by the city that have a drainage issue that's fixed by that right of way. It goes away if we destroy this. And I don't think their plans properly address the traffic impact from either one of the gates. Because anybody's driven 13th more than once during when the traffic is backed up. Now we're gonna turn in the middle of that. Who remembers the school buses on 13th? I think everybody in this room remembers the school buses on 13th. It's already sketchy enough. So I think both those need to be answered for me to even move forward from my position.
All right, anyone else?
So the procedural question, so if it's denied, the developer can come back with the revised.
It's denied, it's denied. And a continuance, I mean, he can certainly redo his whole project, but he can't bring this one back to the table. That's denial, right?
Yeah, you can submit a revised application.
All right, any further deliberation? Kate, I think you're ready to make a motion.
I move to deny resolution number 15, series 2026. The resolution that would conditionally approve a final development plan on property known as 1300 Colorado Boulevard for a new multifamily affordable housing project, based on the fact that I do not believe that turning over the ROW is the right thing to do for the city or the library.
I second that.
All right, we have a first and a second. And any further discussion?
Mayor,
Do I need to say it different?
I was going to suggest that the motion just be to
Deny.
deny the resolution.
All right, take out the
And
last
then
part.
my suggestion was gonna be asking you to amend your motion, and Lisa, are you the second?
Yeah.
And Lisa, second an amendment that I'm not sure how often Carmen does this with you guys. Directs the city attorney to draft a findings and decisions to be approved at the next
Never,
council
but we can. We can do that.
Sure.
Kate, are you amenable to?
I will, whatever he just said, do that.
Lisa, are you?
So you want to amend the motion to.
You want to
deny
amend
the
the
findings?
So basically, I
Allow
deny
the attorney
resolution
to
number,
draft the.
I deny resolution 15, 2026.
So there's two, yes, so it's your motion to just deny the resolution. And then amending your motion to direct the city attorney to prepare findings and decision to be adopted at the next city council meeting.
Okay, like I said, like
You
you
could just say
said.
so moved.
Yeah, so moved, yeah.
And then
I'll move to amend that.
second.
I've never done that before, but
All right, I have a first and I have a second. Any further discussion? Then roll call, please.
Sharon Basis.
No.
good.
Wait, yes, I deny
Yes.
it. No against it. Yes, I'm going for the denial. That'll ring for it.
Janine Mariani.
No.
Lisa Manifold.
Yes.
Kate Collier.
Yes.
Brianna Reagan.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jeremy Jones.
Yes.
Mayor Chuck Harmon.
Yes.
Yes.
Nick, it would appear then, resolution 16 is a moot point.
Okay, so let me just pull up.
This is the waiver on, development fees.
Yeah, I think on this one, you can probably, go 2 minutes. You could either just deny the resolution, or you could table it pending the resubmission of an application for the
Yeah.
development of 1300 Boulevard.
You know, to be on the safe side, I would like to make the motion that we table resolution number 16. Just because it doesn't hurt, if the developer ever came back. And we don't know. And do I have a second? Second from Janine. And, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Sharon Basis.
Yes.
Janine Mariani.
Yes.
Lisa Manifold.
Yes.
Kate Collier.
No.
Brianna Reagan.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jeremy Jones.
Yes.
Mayor Chuck Harmon.
Yes. Next up, resolution number 17. And, do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve resolution number 17, series 2026, a resolution approving a first modification to restrictive covenant and agreement between the city and Alfred E. Brown related to a certain restrictive covenant encumbering property known as 839 CO 103 Idaho Springs CO 80452.
Thank you, Kate. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Lisa. Any further discussion?
I just want to point out that this, we talked about affordable housing and everybody here is for affordable housing. This is affordable housing.
That's right.
This is affordable senior housing.
Mhm.
This is deed restricted forever and ever, amen.
That's right.
Affordable senior housing. This was bought by the city. This was bought by your tax dollars because we feel like this is an investment to make in our community. So I 100% support affordable housing. I think it needs to be the right project. This is a right project for us.
Lisa, I'm glad that you brought that discussion up because it also should be noted. that Mr. Brown gave effectively a half-price deal
Yes, he did.
because he is also very passionate, not
Yes, he is.
only about affordable housing, but specifically senior affordable housing. So that's the way it will remain in perpetuity.
Can I add to Chuck that if you went to the Carlson meetings 2 years ago, the table that I sat at not only wanted affordable housing, but wanted affordable senior housing that had third spaces for seniors. And when you look at the designs that we're doing for this, we're, seeking grants. We've gotten a design grant for it. Correct me if I'm wrong, Neil, we have gotten a design grant for it.
We've gotten some grants for it, not specific to design necessarily.
We're working on it.
And I'm sorry, I'm just trying to,
No, I know.
keep
So
with
it
the
just,
resolution.
this is working towards what it is this community has said they want.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Sharon Sis.
Yes.
Janine Mariani.
Yes.
Lisa Manifold.
Yes.
Kate Collier.
Yes.
Brianna Reagan.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jeremy Jones, Mayor Chuck Harmon.
Yes. Up next, ordinance first reading, starting out with ordinance number 15. This is one that, I had, amended on the, start of our meeting. And, I would like to, make the motion, that we approve ordinance number 15, series 2026, an ordinance approving an amended and restated occupancy agreement for 2060 minor between the city and the Historical Society of Idaho Springs, to reflect a 50-year term. And, do I have a second?
Second.
Sharon, I'm sorry, Sharon, second. All right, and any discussion?
Yeah.
Hearing none, roll call, please.
Brianna Reagan.
Yes.
Kate Collier.
Yes.
Lisa Manifold.
Yes.
Janine Mariani.
Yes.
Sharon Sis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jeremy Jones, Mayor Chuck Harmon.
Yes. All right, up, next, ordinance number 18.
I move to approve ordinance number 18, series 2026, an ordinance imposing a temporary moratorium on the submission, acceptance, processing, and approval of any application for a City of Idaho Springs permit or licenses related to the operation of a private paid parking facility within the city.
I second.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Lisa. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Sharon Sis.
Yes.
Janine Mariani.
Yes.
Lisa Manifold.
Yes.
Kate Collier.
Yes.
Brianna Reagan.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jeremy Jones, Mayor Chuck Harmon.
Yes. Last ordinance, number 19. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 19, series 2026, ordinance referring a ballot issue to city electors pursuant to article 10, section 20 of the Colorado Constitution to establish a new occupational tax on the occupation of providing outdoor recreational experiences, dedicating all revenue from the new tax to address the impact of those activities upon the city, and amending chapter 8 of the Idaho Springs Municipal Code to implement the tax contingent upon voter.
Thank you, Janine. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second.
It's a mouthful.
Sharon. And, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Brianna Reagan.
Yes.
Kate Collier.
Yes.
Lisa Manifold.
Yes.
Janine Mariani.
Yes.
Sharon Sis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jeremy Jones, Mayor Chuck Harmon.
Yes. Hey, last up, city attorney, I think we're into overtime, man.
Yeah, I got nothing for you.
Okay.
I'm gonna be in Brighton on August 10th, so I'll see you all then.
All right, okay, thank you very much. Andy, thank you for your report. And you do have an item that we added, which is the approval of the RTAP letter. And do I have a motion?
Mayor,
Yes.
on that one, when I was thinking about other things during the meeting, is there a reason why that was added to the agenda without 24 hours notice? And if you can
Yeah,
articulate that reason?
actually, am I wrong? It is in the packet though, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
There's a,
Well,
I'm sorry, it wasn't in the.
Yeah, and even if it's not.
Okay,
even if
because
it is in
I
the
did
packet,
get a
it's
copy,
gotta be
and
the
I'm
agenda.
sure it's because they wanted me to sign it, so.
Is it, if it's something that could not wait until August 10th, then I think we could make the findings and
Yeah.
explain why.
And is that problematic?
Application deadline is August 7th. Yeah, so,
There you go.
so I think we would establish, when did we get the letter of support?
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, so the letter of support was finalized today. And it needs to be approved by August 7th. So that is the reason for the late addition to the agenda.
Okay, all right. Do I have a motion, to, allow me to sign the RTAP letter?
I'll move to approve that.
Thank you, Kate. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, second from Brianna. And, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Kate Collier.
Yes.
Janine Mariani.
Yes.
Chairman Sis.
Yes.
Lisa Manifold.
Yes.
Ron Reagan. Mayor Pro Tem Jeremy Jones. Mayor Chuck Harmon.
Yes. Guy, you're up next and, and I'm sorry, Andy, before, we leave you, I just want to, did you have anything further for us tonight? Okay, thank you. Guy, appreciate you putting in the long hours. Did you have anything further for us tonight?
I only need about 15 minutes of your time, just kidding. No.
Might get close to me, sir.
Okay. All right, well, you had us going there for a minute.
He has a request for action, Mayor.
There's a,
I'm sorry?
He has a request for action.
Yeah, there is one.
Oh, yeah, there actually is.
Do you have it?
Guy does have a request, and do I have a motion?
I'll move to authorize the mayor to sign the letter of commitment supporting the Clear Creek Regional Housing Authority's application in the Colorado, actually, should I make this? Colorado Department of Local Affairs Housing Finance Program.
Yeah, thank you, Jenny.
Yeah, completely relevant to you to do that.
And do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Sharon. Any discussion? Hearing none, a roll call.
Chairman Sis. Yes. Janine Mariani.
Yes.
Lisa Manifold.
Yes.
Kate Collier.
Yes.
Ron Reagan. Mayor Pro Tem Jeremy Jones. Mayor Chuck Harmon.
Yes, and Dylan, similarly, thank you. Long day, man. Did you have anything further for us
One
tonight?
thing I want to note, which was quite a fun little event that Erica, who's in the audience, hosted last weekend, was a window.
Oh, yeah,
refurbishment
yeah,
workshop
yeah.
For residential windows and things like that. And
Right.
we had about 15 people in that room.
Oh, excellent.
Down at the Western Host House, and I got one of my windows to open after it. I checked out the glazing, and I thought it was a fun event. So I think we're gonna try as a city to put on more events like that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Oh, that's a good one, and I know a lot of us or our neighbors have the same problem.
Can you tell me how to unpaint my windows that are shut?
Yeah, I know.
Sure,
Because that would be nice.
Yeah. All right.
Volunteer.
Wonder, thank you for your report, very interesting, sales tax up 5.22%, for May, so, yeah, and, anything further to share with us? Okay, all right, thank you. Chief, you're up next, and we do have a request for action. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the proposal from Essex Incorporated in the amount of $47,878.83 from line item 21-00-6026 for furniture for the new police station.
Thank you, Lisa. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Kay. And any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Chairman Sis. Yes. Janine Mariani.
Yes.
Lisa Manifold.
Yes.
Kate Collier.
Yes.
Ron Reagan. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Jeremy Jones. Mayor Chuck Harmon.
Yes, Chief, thanks for your report. Anything further to share tonight?
Just real quick, and I'll be sending out more information to the public as well, but we'll be having a grand opening sort of event on September 23rd at 2 p.m.
Excellent.
We're hoping to move into the new police station shortly after Labor Day. So there's a little bit of a time window. There's technology that's still being worked on at the new building. But I just wanted to share that since there's more people here than there ever are.
Yeah,
That's all I have, Mayor.
very good. All right. Hey, Ed, thank you for your report. Wanted to see if you had anything to share with us tonight.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
That's doing good.
All right. I don't have anything tonight, but I would ask before we adjourn, does anyone have anything, that, for the good of the order before we adjourn?
Other than to say thank you for all the residents that came out.
Yeah, it was
And
nice.
all the residents that reached out, that called, that emailed, thank you.
You guys need to run for council and planning commission. You're great. You guys got some great thoughts.
Oh, well, thank you, Dan. We probably had at least 10 letters, didn't we?
Yeah.
Some of those letters were 4
16.
pages long.
16.
Yep, 16.
Yeah, they were good too.
Yeah.
They were good. People did the research.
They were, no, they did an excellent job. All right, then, I will call us adjourned at 10:33. Thank you, everybody, for your patience.
And thank you.